next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of our daily collective read. Our other giveaway is a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin, most important question today, how are we doing? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We have a new moon coming up. We're in Cancer season. We've got a new moon in Cancer. And I think it's a beautiful one. I think it's a cleansing one. The key word for this new moon is embodied manifestations. It's embodied manifestations. I am a huge fan of Cancerian lessons because, and we've been talking a lot about this. There's a lot for us that we can learn through Cancer lessons in relationality to the context of the ego. There's this misconception in a lot of spirituality that we have to get rid of the ego, right? We just push it aside completely. But and this is often something that you recognize. Those who never are we more in danger than when we feel like we've gotten rid of our ego, because you can't get rid of it. Everything that we have is a gift. And we've talked a lot about the fact that the ego itself is there to protect the self, right? The ego only looks out for one person. the ego only looks out for one person. And that's the self. But this is why we often talk about doing work on the ego, because when you can see one's ego, right? When you can recognize it, when you can identify it, you can work to heal it. You can work to accommodate for it. And in the work that we do, we talk a lot here, and we also talk a lot about shadow work here. And I like to point out that I often feel like shadow work is a very big spooky name for the simple context of being able to work through our aversions. And that is always also working and recognizing the territory of the ego. Because when we think about it in that way, right, when we look at it as the defense system of the self, then we can understand those modalities or those moments where it gets, where we're and again, sometimes the ego gets wounded and there's a very good valid reason for it, right? Sometimes it doesn't, because it's something that we're working through. And that's what I meant in relationality to feeling like a lot of the work we're doing during this Cancer's new moon is the embodied manifestation. Because we have also been seeing, and I love the fact that we came out of that Sagittarian full moon, which was leading up into this, that was talking about the appreciation of the self, right? And embracing the grandeur of the self. And that is not a situation or a circumstance where you have to say oh, good, I'm done healing. I got rid of my ego. I'm free. No, it's not like that. Okay. It's coming into the space that the ego and the higher self are very similar, right? This is what we mean by authenticity, right? Because, and this is what we also have in the relationality of getting to know someone that we care about, right? When we're in a space where we are embodying our own self and our own manifestations, then the determination point of getting to know another person feels like a continual celebration, right? Because the deeper you go, it feels very much like the reflection that you had on the outside when you first got to know someone. but it enhances, it gets deeper, right? There's more to it, but more to it in a delightful way. This can also serve as the reason why a lot of relationships sometimes come into fracturing, right? Because we've all had those moments where it feels like the person that we encounter on the outside doesn't really match the one that's within. So I think that that's going to be something that comes up a lot during this particular new moon cycle. And I think that it's going to be happening on an internal level and also on an external level, because the Cancerian lessons are often ones about talking through the space of vulnerability and understanding that vulnerability is essentially a gift, right? It's the gift that we give to one another as it relates to the space of being known. And it's having a profound, profound effect across all of those frequencies, particularly for energy and separation, because I noticed that specifically during that solstice period that we just underwent, I felt like I saw there was a very clear change that was happening for a lot of the energy in separation. Now, what am I talking about in relationality to that change? So we see the fact that a lot of the energy coming into partnership goes through cycles. We started the cycle earlier this year when Mars stationed direct. We saw that up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune, we saw that those were a lot of chariot partnerships. They were prioritizing the stability that we find in partnership to build the context of the healthy relationship that allows one to move within the self. From the time that we saw that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune, up until, I want to say, the solstice that we just experienced, we saw that those were magician partnerships, a continuation of that same lesson, the authenticity. Ironically, we saw that a lot of the energy of the magician relationships were prioritizing authenticity of self, right? The relationship wherein another embraces you in your authenticity doesn't feel like it's trying to change you in ways that one doesn't desire to be changed, because a lot of the conversations that we saw going through Gemini season were the conversations of the fact that relationship itself is a space that we only go to change, right? And when we're in healthy relationship, we change in transformative ways. But when we're not in a healthy relationship, it feels like we're changing in ways that we do not desire to become. I like this temperance energy that we're seeing coming into for a lot of the energy in separation, because it has to do with the map of me, right? Which is the conversation that is a continuation on the magician partnerships that we saw that we're moving deeper into union, that effectively says that when we do the work in knowing ourselves, when we do the work in understanding ourselves, it's beautiful because we don't approach relationship feeling lost, right? We're not looking to be found in partnership. We've already found ourselves effectively. And that's the highest gift that we can give in partnership, because that's the energy that says, I brought you a present. It's a map. I brought you a present. It's a map. It's a map of me. I'm not here to try to figure myself out. I'm not here to make you have to figure me out. I know exactly who I am. And when we come to relationship with each other's maps, it's not to say that there isn't territory that we're still exploring, but it's the feeling of the joy of the journey and being able to explore those territories together. So we see that for a lot of the relationships right now, there may be a lot of conversation starting in relationality to the work of the self. What one is doing, what one is healing from, a lot of vulnerability potentially being expressed with all of this Cancerian energy. For energy moving deeper into divine union right now, we're identifying that these are a lot of those magician partnerships that we spoke upon that are moving deeper into partnership. And we see even there that a lot of that work is coming into the aspect of stabilization, right? The recognition of identifying and feeling the resolution. And I need to point this out, for some of the magician and partnerships right now, there may be a lot of frustration that may be being released at this time, because a lot of that energy is moving deeper into healing. And the first thing you encounter when you move deeper into healing is audacity, right? It's the frustration of because what are the magician partnerships finding right now? They're finding the embodied manifestation, right? They're seeing the difference from potentially something that they were healing from that looked like their manifestation, but didn't feel like it, or didn't feel like it was the full embodiment of it, versus that energy or those moments of feeling like, like that whole package, as it were, with someone who, again, reflects the identification point of the manifestation, but also embodies the work within. But that's why we may see that a lot of those relationships right now, there may be a lot of frustration that's being released because it's the observation of what was missing. And this brings us up into a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And I keep on seeing it for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. These were those chariot partnerships that we discussed that are moving deeper into relationship. And I think a lot of that, what we're identifying there is uncovering, it feels very much like healing intimacy wounds. So working through the inner child, identifying and recognizing what one has been carrying. We've got Chiron almost in top of Eris. So the work that we see that a lot of the energy people in Divine Union may be doing right now may feel very difficult because it may have to do with the space of the wounds that we carry. So the things that sometimes perplex or frustrate us, but that we continue to do the work in understanding better, because via doing so, we're able to heal them effectively. That's a lot of that 10 of wands that we saw. And potentially even healing from spaces wherein one's boundaries were not being energetically honored, because we have been having a lot of conversation and relationality of the fact that we never wish to have to hold standards, but we have to hold standards because of those moments when we recognize others don't hold them for us. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's read. But make sure that you head over to the comments too and let me know how you're feeling in this energy. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. You will be the second person read for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are y'all doing today? Good to see you guys. And Annette, thank you for joining us. Truth, thank you for joining us. Haley, thank you for those likes. And Theo, thank you for joining us. V, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. And thank you, K. Megan, for the sharing that for those likes. Please welcome K. Megan in today, our moderator. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, Haley. How are you doing today, Aza? Hi there. A 2. Wait, you're saying you're at a 2? I want you higher up than that, Kay. Erin, good to see you too, Ducky. Lovely. Ready for some guidance from Spirit. Things have been silly. You know what? I'm not. I mean, there might be a little silly goose energy right now. Or a 3K. We need to get you higher than that. Haley, a 7 out of 10. I went to bed late. Woo, a huge tattoo. Oh, I'm excited about that. I like hearing that. Oracle Erica, 6, getting better communication. I'm very glad to hear that as well. And good to see you as well. Oh, thank you, Mischievous. That's really kind of you to say. Oh, welcome, Swizz. Hope you're doing well. And Jay, thank you for the follow too. And welcome. Thank you, 555, for being here and receiving these messages. Grand Rising, Minnie. I got you on the list, Per. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Grand Rising, Curly, NK, so good to see you today. And IDK, thank you for the follow as well. 1111, Curly, tap to change. Tap to claim, tap to change. Jeez. Oracle, I just had a conversation after marriage counseling about working on ourselves. That's beautiful. It's like a continuation of counseling. I'm so glad to hear that's moving in a positive direction. Hi there, Pick. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts, Pick. I love that you're not afraid to get on the live looking like this. Oh, I know, because this is how I desire to look. I hope you have the day you deserve, IDK. And thank you so much. Thank you as well. It is a shark on my shirt. Good to see you, Sarah. And Anam, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's been a time. When is it not, Kay? When is it not a time? I'm good. I'm very happy. We're definitely going to help to try to increase that number today, Kay. And yes, it is a shark, Sarah. Jazzy, so we obviously do yes, and like if you want to do I mean, I'm happy to answer questions here, but if you want cards pulled, you have to send a donation in order to get cards pulled. We are going to get started on the collective though in a few minutes. Grand Rising, Heather. Oh my gosh, really, Kay? Okay. I leave for a minute and suddenly there's all this tea. I know we've got the new moon coming up. As I mentioned, it's coming up tomorrow. It's a vulnerable one. So I think that it's just like working in the context of trying to identify and like make sure that you're communicating from a place of positive intention. Okay, because and the one thing I'm gonna keep on warning you guys about, the one thing I'm gonna keep on warning you guys about is we've got, the one thing, we still got a whole lot of planets. All right, we got a whole lot of planets still in Aries. Okay, so that can like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. It's a lot of that, like like what I could do. Move with intention. Not ready for a reading, but happy to be here. Well, always such a gift to have you here, Kay Megan. And thank you, Kara, for getting on the list. You'll be this person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the third person read for. And thank you, Julia. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys being here today. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the on the temperance card. It was such a joy to be able to go through that card with you guys. I could have gone longer. That card, there's so much to go over. It's wild. Thank you so much, Jasa, for getting on the list as well. If anyone else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the fourth person read for. The next class that we're going to have is going to be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the devil card. If you want to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. We're going to be talking about the history of the card. We're going to be talking about the symbology of the card. I'm going to be working you guys through spread applications, so how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be providing you a unique spread to help you work through the lessons of the devil card in your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber to my Substack, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we've studied thus far before we begin each class. But if you wanted to practice and bone up, now's a great time to, because you've got like you got a good few weeks still between now and that class. You can catch a few classes in between. You also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've studied or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey, to give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. You will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That's access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. I look forward to you guys being there, as always. I also want to let you guys know that even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information. I also post over there my Mystic Meditation articles. I just wrote one recently about this full moon of Sagittarius that we just navigated through. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase them as a package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not report across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Welcome, official. Hope you're having a beautiful day. We do life path readings here, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretation. We do mediumship, love readings, pet readings, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings. You can find all of them, the full list, over on my Tree with Wings in it. Also, if you have information that is relevant for our reading today, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or the highest priority message from, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates, but let me know how you guys are doing today. So good to see you. How are you going to welcome in this new moon? Hi there, Stacy. So good to see you channeling. Good to see you as well, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Definitely silly goose energy. Yes, it's so. Thank you as well. And thank you to, oh, welcome, Stacy. We can't, yep, thank you for the help, K. Megan. And guys, please welcome our mod, K. Megan, in today. Arrows, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours, some chick. 810, so good to see you today, dear. Hi there, Mario from Australia. Thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Hannah. Julia, how long would it take? Hold on. If it would approximately, if you were the 4th person. Okay, so Julia, we're about to get started on the collective read. The collective read usually takes about an hour. And then I want to say that we usually give about, a reading's usually about 10 minutes. So I'd say that we'd probably get started on your reading, if you get on the list right now, in, I'd say like maybe an hour and 45. But I will point out, if you're not here, I always put you on a list, so you can come back at any time to get back on the list. So I hope that helps in relationality to timing. And thank you for that question. Exhausted. I gotta tell you, I feel like we've got some heavy energy right now in Cancer. So prioritizing rest. Also, with a lot of air energy in Aries, it can be hard to rest. So I'm going to say a lot the same. Make sure you're taking lots of naps right now, and make sure you're hydrating a lot. Thank you for the help, Kay. Yep, an hour 45. Okay, great. I love the fact, okay, that's a good sign that you and I were very close in relationality to how long it would take. It's, it's with all these planets in Aries, it's hard to stay down. Aries are light sleepers. So when we have a lot of planets, when we got a bunch of planets in Aries, it can be hard. It's like you go down, but it's hard to stay down kind of energy. So I would not be surprised if you're doing like a lot of that like nodding off kind of thing, especially with all the energy in Cancer. I That said, friends, we are going to get started on the daily, on our daily in just a few minutes. Hi there, Sarah. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to be on the list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for. Just a reminder to those who are joining us across the place where we keep the videos or the place we keep the photos. One moment, dear. Grand Rising, little vamp. So good to see you. It's 3:25 a.m. here. Holy smokes. Witching hour. I woke up and drank 3 glasses of water. I couldn't get back to sleep. Yeah. Like, but that's also like, like 3 a.m. is like veil o thin o'clock. I was having crazy dreams last night. I can't remember what the dreams were, but there were angels in them. Hi there, Dragon. So good to see you today. I'm a Cancer, but have had strong urge to clean and declutter this week. Well, yeah, because it's molting season for you. This is a molting moon. It's a molting moon. Everything's got to go. It's a molting moon. This is that's all I'm getting right now. It's a lot of this, like, I don't need that anymore. Do you need that? Like, do you need that? It's a lot. Like, do you need that? It's like, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of, I'm done with that. Yeah. It's a lot of that type of energy. Thanks. So good to see you. I'm glad to hear it's been a good day so far. My old annoying boss from a prior dream was in from a prior job was in a dream last night, and then my coworker from that job. The thing is, where's Scorpio right now? Hold on a minute. I gotta check something. You know what? But it's oh, that's why. Thank you. Okay, it's a lot of comparison because the moon's in Gemini right now. So it's a lot of it's the observation of looking at something and seeing how far you come in relationality to how you feel looking at it. When I show you this picture, what feelings do you have? It's a lot of that kind of energy. Yeah, the cluttered. I would not be surprised. Like for Cancers right now, this is going to be like, we might want to like tie every Cancer down because the Cancer new moon, the Cancer new moon in Cancer season with Jupiter and Mercury in Cancer is like, I gotta get rid of all this stuff. It's like, too much weight. It's like a lot of that. Yes, the clutter is getting to me. Spurt of energy to clean, then nap. Exactly. Yep, you got it. It's a vibe. Allegedly, I may do this. Allegedly. I still have nightmares about my old workplace too. Oh, sending you support. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Yes, definitely purging, molting Virgo. Yeah, Virgos will feel it right now too, because Virgos and Cancers are very similar like that, There can be a lot of that. It can be a lot of this like that, that's why Virgos typically have like a nice little like thrive moment whenever there's Cancerian energy, because Cancer and Virgos can often be like, we're not that different, you and I. You know what I mean? It's a lot like that. Yes. For real. I'm having dreams. I'm a waitress again. It's a nightmare. Oh, where's Scorpio right now? Just had to check. You gotta keep an eye on these things. It's the Gemini. The Gemini energy can feel a lot like a Scorpionic energy. With like a Gemini energy and with all this Cancer, like that can feel Scorpionic. No, not Scorpio. I'm Scorpio moon and rising. Yes, that would be a nightmare for me too. My Venus is in Cancer. My support to you in that, Hannah. The struggle's real for us, for those with Venus in Cancer. It's gonna be a fun one for Venus and Cancer. It's just, it's gonna be fine. Hi there, Curly. Good to see you. Yeah, a nightmare in reality and dream world. Yes, I'm a Cancer sun. Jupiter, Mercury, and Chiron. I would not be surprised with a lot of those Cancerian placements right now, like dragons. I wouldn't be surprised if like conversations around identity are like the topic. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be. I feel like this is gonna be a very, very transformative time for Cancers right now, especially this new moon. The new moon, because and I gotta tell you, like Cancers close up when there's a full moon. Like new moon in Cancer is like all about identifying, giving oneself permission to change. We're supposed to, is what I'm getting. You know what I mean? Like we're supposed to. Like it's like you're like someone being like the kind of conversations I'm expecting right now during this new moon is someone being like, you've changed. Another person being like, we're supposed to. Like that's what we're supposed to. I know, it's like it's the energy right now, because it's like it's a lot of vulnerability. It's working through a lot of vulnerability, and it's potentially like it's also going to be like navigating frustration. Praying for the Venus cancers, exactly. And as well, Tyla, welcome. Sunday, hold on a moment. Can you give me advice for why things are so hard right now? Well, I hope things start easing up Sunday. But I mean, we're about to get started on the collective read to kind of work through some of the vulnerability that's happening right now, or the feelings of vulnerability. If you would like a reading on you personally, I'm happy to read for you. All you have to do is get on the list via donation, and you'll be the 5th person read for. Thank you for the help, Kay. Yes, thank you for confirming, dragons. Yep, thank you. As I mentioned, friends, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, for anyone interested in getting on the list for today, we do angelic guidance, we do highest priority messages from spirit, we do past life readings, we do dream interpretations, we do mediumship, we do animal spirit guide readings, we do pet readings. You can find the full list of things that we read for over on my Tree with Things in my bio. If you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in my bio. And we're also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway is when we get to 50K, we'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 10.9K. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time, and then we'll get to do that giveaway. The other giveaway we'll be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in participating in that contest as well. We're about to get started on our daily collective, but before we do so, I think we got to warm up, do a little bit of an intuition check for everyone here, kind of wake up our minds. All right, you know the drill, friends. I've got some animal spirit guide read cards here. I'm going to draw a card. Go ahead and put in the comments what your impressions are. We're going to count back from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Bean. And Fig, we got frogs. Guys, what are you talking about? Whose intuition's cooked? We're doing good today. I'm telling you, it's a Cancer new moon. Hypno frog. It's like, wah, wah. Excellent. We will do that again when we get to the end of the daily collective. As I mentioned, friends, if you want to get on the list though now for a reading, the list is open. I have to admit, I feel like Turtle is a very close second for those who, I saw a bunch of people post Turtle. So I don't want to be hearing nobody telling me that your intuition is cooked right now, because I feel like that was a very close, I feel like those were some very close guesses. So, oh, thank you, Lolo. Sharks they're so cool. I feel like I think it's also like the anniversary of Jaws right now. Again, it feels very apropos. I take it back. Sorry, intuition. You see? There you go. Yep, frog is an amphibian. Excellent. Crane eats frog. There we go. I love when you guys try to make the connection. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, my friends, why don't we get started? It's been serving me well lately. She's just exhausted. I get it. I get it, Kay. All right, friends, that said, we're all doing our best. All right. That said, why don't we get started on today's daily collective read? All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, June 24th, 2024. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards, First 2 cards, we are starting our day off with today. I would like to now do a little bit of a red alert that we are currently in Cancer season. We've got a Cancer new moon coming up. And we got Jupiter and Mercury in Cancer. So the word right now is vulnerability. The word right now is vulnerability. And I'm getting vulnerability and embodied manifestation goals. This is a continuation on the reading that we had the other day, because the thing about it, and we've been talking a lot about this, I adore Cancer season, but it can often be a little bit triggering because it's having to work in the space of recognizing and navigating our vulnerability. When we're able to express upon our vulnerability, right, it can feel expansive. It can feel profound. It can feel like an extension of ourselves, right? But, and we talk a lot about this, you know, one of the important things that we have to work upon is when we don't allow ourselves to be vulnerable, like this is where our egos take over, right? Like there's a lot of that buildup because it's often like, and this is why we talk about the space of being able to embrace ourselves fully, right? Because, you know, one of the things that we often see with Cancerian lessons is the beauty of the journey of the transition point of a shell. Now the shell, I'm going to bring you back to kind of the consider the crab, if you will, like the conversation that we have in relationality to a crab. You know, we've talked a lot about the fact that the ego is not something that can ever be fully shed, right? The ego, your ego, you can't shed your ego. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, can't. And if you feel like you have, you're never in more danger than when you're going around saying that you have, because it's not energetically possible, right? It's always there. And it's because when you think about it, the ego is the defense mechanism of the self, right? It's there to energetically protect us. But that's often why we understand that the recognition and the ability to see our own egos is how we start to heal. Because we can tell, like when we feel sensitive about something, right? What do? We sort through the process of whether it's coming from our ego or our higher self. We talk a lot about this here. Now, one of the things that we identify that's beautiful in the allegory of thinking about the ego, much like one would a crab, is when you look at a crab, what's the shell does not do anything inordinate, right? It doesn't do anything wild. What's inside the crab is almost exactly a reflection point of what's outside the crab. It's just there to protect the preciousness of the crab. And you know, when we're in a healthy space, this is often how our egos are operating, right? They're not overly excessive. They're doing the work that they need to do, right? And then, but they're also, they carry very much the shape of what's energetically within us. Now, this is a gift that we bring in relationship, because when we, and this is why I mentioned the fact that we see a lot of the energy right now in separation moving into temperance partnerships, because it's a continuation of the conversation that we began with the relationships that we're moving through the magician lessons. Now, what were the magician lessons that we spoke about? The magician lessons were the conversations in relationality to the definition and understanding that when we move towards our authenticity protects us from those that are not for us, right? If I'm my authenticity and I like who I am and I like what I see, I'm operating my majesty, and I encounter someone else there and they don't like that, I mean, it might hurt, right? But we don't necessarily take it too personally. It's not something that's, I mean, like it may like sting us, but it doesn't necessarily wound us, because it's the appreciation of the self that allows us to be able to move forward to a certain in that way. And it's also the idea that's the identification that when we are in our authenticity, that acts as a beacon to those that are in alignment to us, right? And that harmony that we find, right? It's the ability to find harmony. So what is happening right now for a lot of those energies that are moving deeper into connection? We see that, and this is why I mentioned that first of all, we're going to get there in a minute. For a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union right now, those magician partnerships that are building into the space of trust, the recognition of the embodied lesson, right? This is why we saw that so many of those relationships were taking more time to start, right? Because it is that adaptability, it is that energetic precaution point that they were taking, having healed from experiences of the past where it felt like there were disembodied manifestations. Now, what is a disembodied manifestation? That is either those modalities or those moments that another articulates what they want, right? But they don't do anything in moving in accordance to it, or these are modalities where another articulates again the identification that they want something, only to discover that what they articulated versus what they said that they wanted versus what they actually wanted were different things. So we see even now, like there's a lot of that energy that is building into that stabilization point, and it feels fortifying. It feels grounded, but at the same time, it may be a lot of the releasing of the audacity, because often when we find what's energetically for us, it helps us build clarity on what was missing. So that's why I see that this could be some of the energy moving deeper into divine union. And while they're letting off steam, if you will, because a lot of that steam is the frustration of what they couldn't see in past partnership, but at the same time recognizing that their healing is what's allowing them to perceive things better. So I keep on hearing that like a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, it's very bittersweet. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy and separation right now. And I think that what I see for the energy and separation right now is very beautiful, because for a lot of the energy and separation right now, that ability, right? The ability to understand and to work upon the self, right? Identifying and recognizing what one is working to change within the self versus what one is working to heal from. This is a lot of that energy that's deep into temperance, because it's a continuation point of one of the difficulties about moving away from things that are unhealthy, right? It's freeing oneself from unhealthy connections is, and it's more of the conversation in relationality to what feels like it is supportive to the self versus what feels like it was trying to change the self in ways that one does not desire or aspire to change. And what's hard about that, and we were continuing, this is what we were seeing in relationality to healing from trauma. Trauma often requires us or creates these moments that we imbibe things about the self that are not true, right? It's a lot of that remainder point of having to adopt like aspects of the self that aren't necessarily true, but you have to basically maintain in order to stay in a place that isn't necessarily healthy for you. So this is why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, it feels like a separation. And the reason I keep on seeing that the energy is in separation is because they're sorting through what is actually the work to be done, right? Like what is something that they're actually working upon versus what might be another person's projection on them, right? And this is always really difficult. This is always that heavy work. But I keep on hearing that the calibration for doing so is the restorational point, and this is how that Gemini season is helping us between the critique or the criticism, right? Because what is an energetic critique? An energetic critique is something that another person gives you that identifies something that one could be doing better, right? It is that adaptability point. It is that continual progression that allows for the extension of change, right? It's the building up of the self along the way versus those modalities or those moments that feel like they are, I keep on hearing, that feel like they energetically suppress us or try to like move us away from something that we aspire to, right? I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, it's like this is a time where there may be old wounds that come up, but it's the observational point in understanding the difference between something that comes up because it's restorative, like it's showing you how far you've come, versus something that comes up that one articulates upon because it's the energy that says that some wounds we never get over because they never stop hurting, but even though they never stop hurting, that doesn't mean that we're not healing from them, is what I keep on hearing. Center card for today's spread. Woo, there's that Hierophant energy. You know, we hold our wounds sacredly because this is how we don't bring bitterness with us, right? The ability, and this is also why we talk about the space of being able to on, like I keep on hearing, the past is a library, not an armory, right? The ability to look back upon something and to honor something energetically painful, but also being able to understand how much one has changed, right? How much one has worked through something. I keep on hearing it's like, and I'm not surprised to hear this right now, especially with like a lot of Cancer series season. It's honoring our own echoes. And why are we hearing about honoring our own echoes? Because when we have wounds that we carry, right? It's not that they ever fully depart from us, but that conversation in relationality, I keep on hearing the song changes or the sound changes of it, right? So it's the ability to understand and to transform within. I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that is moving towards what feels energetically restorative for them. Because remember, I told you this is what's really kind of cool that I'm seeing right now for a lot of this energy and separation. Like I keep on hearing, like for a lot of the energy and separation right now, that observation of working on the self, right? The identification point in terms of where one is trying to go, what one is trying to adjust. There's all of this energy that is working, I keep on hearing, on the internal map of the self, because that internal map of the self, that observational point of recognizing and identifying where one is trying to move towards within the self, like what one is leaving behind. This is how we heal ourselves. And so that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy right now, this is potentially, these are energies in separation that are healing from relationships that may have required them to be too one-dimensional, is all I keep on hearing. Too one-dimensional, which is based on someone saying you have to do, you have to be, and you have to do this, you have to do that. It's a lot of that, like trying to like work into the context of a role, right? But I keep on hearing there are no roles in a healthy relationship. A healthy relationship is not about the observational point of roles. It's the expansion, it's the adaptability, right? We just came, like this is a continuation of the lessons of Gemini season, because we've also got the moon in Gemini, which is the articulation point of having, and I keep on hearing there's energy right now that is healing from having to heal from wounds as it relates to another person telling them that they were not succeeding in embodying a role, but understanding roles are not manifestations. Continuing to get clarification. There's that Temperance card and our nine of Pentacles in its upright. There's something really, I love seeing, I gotta tell you, man, I love seeing these three cards together, the Hierophant, the Temperance, and the Nine of Pentacles. Because the Hierophant, the Temperance, and the Nine of Pentacles, it talks about the space, it talks about the identification of expansion of the self. And this is a continuation that we discuss on healthy partnership, right? There's no roles in healthy partnership because we celebrate the fullness of one another, right? We celebrate all the facets. And a healthy relationship is one that it feels like we are honored in all of our facets. And this is often what feels very painful. And this is why we talk about the importance in knowing about the self as one enters or navigates into a relationship, right? Because if you haven't done the job in knowing your own facets, right, and then you go enter into partnership, and all of a sudden you start discovering facets, then sometimes like the relationship itself does not conform to the space that one experiences within the context of the self, right? This is why we keep on hearing like the healthy relationship is one that you navigate expansion together, right? You navigate that in such a way that it feels, I keep on hearing like it feels like that adaptability point. It feels like that energetic celebration. But at the same time, I just keep on seeing there's a lot of, and I'm not surprised to see this with all of this Cancer season. I keep on hearing energy saying, I'm healing from places and spaces that could not fit me. I'm healing from places and spaces that could not fit me. And often, like that moment, it can feel really painful because sometimes in those moments, right, we're trying so hard to fit into something, right? We're trying so hard to fit into something. And then when we move away from them, we feel we feel like we've like in some way like not succeeded. But then, and this is why often we heal on those journeys, because the further we move and we embody ourselves, we suddenly understand how the impossibility of the relationship that can't accommodate all of our facets, because it's the energy that almost feels conditional in not being able to grow as one experiences it. And this is why we keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, a lot of these magician relationships right now that are moving deeper into divine union, clarification between our Four of Swords in common in its upright in combination with our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Damn, there's that Queen of Swords again. She is coming up. Second time this week she's coming up. She was in our last reading too. She doesn't, the thing with me with the Queen of Swords, she's a lot like the Hermit. She doesn't come out a lot when I'm doing readings. I gotta be honest. Okay, like, I gotta be honest. But the thing about the Queen of Swords, and I love this about the Queen of Swords, is you know, it's the observational, it's the recognition of understanding the shape that we take, right? The shape that we take as we continue to grow. And, and this is why we sometimes, what we work through those, like I keep on hearing, the shape that we take when we grow, and this is what we talk about with growing pains, right? Because growing pains are often those moments that we feel like we suddenly feel like we don't fit in, right? Or it feels like we're navigating through something in a way that we're being very energetically hard on the self. But what we keep on seeing, and I think that this is the beauty that's happening in a lot of this energy right now, that ability to articulate upon the gift of being able to be seen. You'll remember how I mentioned that these magician partnerships, they're helping each other dispel unhealthy perceptions of one another, right? Anything that the trauma fed them that made them believe that they were something less than what they truly were, right? And this is what's so beautiful in a lot of that energy, because I just keep on seeing, right, like what is happening for a lot of the energy right now, moving it deeper into divine union. Like that's why the Queen of Swords is there. They're cutting away from the parts of the self, right? Like the parts of the self that feel like the unhealthy relationships created, right? Like all of like that, I keep on hearing the negative self-talk, right? The observation of something that one feels like that was enforced upon another, because then that's the pain point of unhealthy partnership or unhealthy relationship. In unhealthy partnership and unhealthy relationship, sometimes we have to conform to the illusion of something that is wrong with us in order to maintain within it. But this is why the first thing we release when we come into healthy partnership is the audacity, right? Because it's the observation. I hear the energy moving into divine union, like saying like that's a good thing, right? Like that's the energetic benefit point, right? Because often those aspects of ourselves, those qualities and characteristics that allow a healthy relationship to flourish, will be the same ones that another will articulate are the detriment in an unhealthy relationship. We've talked a lot about this. Like if you're trying to build into consistent communication, and another is not in the same vibration, often another will articulate that in a space by saying that one is nagging, right? It's the understanding that we don't condemn each other for what it is that we need. We work towards the alignment in terms of identifying and recognizing this is why we talk towards aligned partnership, right? Because, and you have to understand, this is the disparity point, right? A healthy relationship, I need to stress this, a healthy relationship in any context, what defines a relationship as healthy is the attunement of the energy within it, right? It's the attunement point. And that's why often we talk about the synchrony of the harmony of the healthy relationship is one that it might not necessarily like what one energy does to be healthy versus what another does to be healthy might be vastly different, right? Like this is why, and this is also why we always articulate, taking advice in the vibration of recognizing like the like I keep on hearing that, like implementing it in a way that feels like it works best for the self. Because there's so much of that work that I keep on seeing that's happening that is allowing the context wherein we recognize and identify what that work is and the ability to, I keep on seeing, like attune into it. So this is why I keep on seeing that these magician relationships feel so strong, because they feel like they've found the attuned counterpart. They feel like someone, they feel that this is like, this is the feeling of someone who is in tune with them. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that is deep within divine union. You'll remember that we mentioned that these were the chariot relationships. A lot of those chariot partnerships that we're seeing right now have to do with the recognition and the identification point of, I keep on seeing, it's the continuation of the conversation as it relates to what one is able to change within the partnership itself, the changes that one is seeing within the self that is allowing for that transformation. And what's really beautiful about that is, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, there is an expansion of the self that is occurring, right? There is the identification point of the stabilization of the self. And what's so beautiful about that stabilization that we're seeing is this is the energy that feels energetically fortified and stabilized, because you'll recall that we talked about the fact that some of those relationships were going through the adaptability of a manifestation goal, right? The expansion of a manifestation goal. And that ability of observing that, like that ability of identifying and recognizing that force and intensity, this is that space that allows for the possibility and the context of what can energetically occur, because this is a lot of that continuation point of talking about a healthy relationship is much like the work that we do in relationality to the egoic journey, which is, again, just as we grow, like our egos shift and change, right? We're able to become more vulnerable. It's the adaptability of the changes of the self and the ability to articulate upon those changes. While at the same time, we see that the relationships are doing much the same. They're able to talk and identify about the fact that they can expound upon and extend upon what their manifestation goals are, because they feel the stabilization in partnership that they have never experienced before. Continuing to clarify between our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the Hierophant, we've got here our Lover's card in its reversal. Now, coming back to the energy and separation, why do we see this Lover's card in its reversal? Because for a lot, and I want to point this out, this is always, I feel like there's always a misambiguation in relationality to reversals, and I talk a lot about this in our Tarot Church classes. The reversal of a card does not necessarily mean the opposite of the card. But what I'm seeing right now, and I think that this is really beautiful, especially for a lot of the energy and separation, I want you to see this. The Queen of Swords, in combination with the Lover's card in its reversal, is the ability to scrutinize past relationship, right? It's the ability to scrutinize past relationship. And in the scrutiny of past relationship, what are we seeing that they're doing? They're coming into temperance energy, right? Because when we scrutinize and again, this is continuing those Gemini lessons, right? When we scrutinize problems are solutions waiting to be found, right? So this is the energy that is looking back on partnership to scrutinize it, to identify like what is theirs to change, like what is theirs that they're actively going to work on remedying within the self, versus what they're letting go of, right? What is something that was being like thrust upon them in a relationship that may have felt less like it was coming from like a healthy space of the self, and more the projection of another's ego. Because as we mentioned, when we don't, and this is why I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy right now is working, like I keep on hearing quality over quantity. They're really working to identify what those lessons are, because this is the energy that articulates and identifies and says that it does not require us to be perfect to move into partnership. It requires us to identify what it is that we're working on, right? It's where one is putting the work, right? And this is what I like right now, because some of these new relationships that are taking form, they may be talking very heavily about past relationship, but they're not, I keep on hearing, they're not singing the song of relationship saying, I miss it, I want it back. They're saying, I can see what was wrong in the first place, right? I can see, like, in hindsight, like, it's a lot of this, like, I can see a lot of this energy that's like, oh, no, right, I've figured out, like, I figured out what wasn't working there, right? So I either see energy that's working on figuring that out right now, or energy that is actively building into new relationships through conversation, articulating upon what that work is like, right? Continuing to get clarification here between our Hierophant and our Temperance card. One card to clarify. There's the, oh man, this is such a Cancerian reading right now. Woo, look at that. We've got a lot, okay, so we've got a lot of cards out here now that are very similar. We've got our Two of Pentacles. We've got our we've got our Temperance card. We've got our Lovers card in its reversal, right? And this is the identification that we recognize and we articulate upon as it relates to doing the work to, I keep on hearing, no circumnavigating necessary is what I keep on hearing. No circumnavigating necessary, right? Because, you know, for a lot of, I want to show you, this is what it feels like for those magician partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. Like, do you see the parity here? Not parity with an O and with an I, the sameness, right? Because it talks about the space of the fact that we don't necessarily need to be exactly in lockstep as it relates to our manifestation goals. But that attunement, right? That alignment point, it's the complementary point of energy, right? It's the identification point of doing things or having the same approach to things, albeit in different ways. That is the energy of, again, if these are the relationships that we're seeking, the authenticity of self beyond all, right? That ability of accommodating and recognizing what that work is. This is a lot of that energy that sees and identifies the gift of the healthy conversation in relationship that allows one to sort through what one is working on within the self, right? The personal note versus what one is working to shed upon, right? Like helping one heal an egoic wound. So this is what I meant in relationality to that energy, moving deeper in connection, because there's a lot of trust there. And it's the trust of healthy conversation that feels fortified via the clarification in terms of what it is that they mean to each other and what it is that they see. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now that's deep within divine union. Because for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, clarification between our Temperance card and our Nine of Pentacles. Can I get one card to clarify? Here's our High Priestess. So for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this has more to do with the recognition of, I keep on seeing, the expansion of the manifestation goal that allows for the possibility of what one is building between each other. Now, for a lot of this energy, I need to point out these Chariot relationships, they've been together for some time, right? We're looking at some of these partnerships right now. These started almost at the beginning of the year, if not further. And so that ability, right? This is even saying to me that for a lot of those relationships, that ability of finding that stabilization point, right? Being able to work upon the manifestation goal. There's something really important, because I mentioned that these are energies that are moving into Wheel of Fortune. And the thing about Wheel of Fortune is they're taking their time, right? They're not rushing processes. They're doing things as it feels energetically comfortable for them. And what's interesting about that, and I just want to keep pointing this out for some of these energies deep within divine union, like I almost see that there's a little bit of like, I want to define this as, yeah, and I need to put, this is interesting because I see even now that for energy that's in separation, there's a lot of scrutiny that they're having towards partnership. Deep within divine union, I would not be surprised if something that's happening deep within divine union for others feels like it's energetically inscrutable. Why is it energetically inscrutable? Because for a lot of the energy working in such a way, the ability to kind of be in attunement with counterpart is such that there's like, I keep on seeing, like, there's that larger plan, right? There's that bigger possibility that opens up that doesn't feel like it's operating upon immediacy. It feels like I keep on hearing like the word rolling out, if you will. Like it's something, it feels like something that is being rolled out because it's the rolling out that doesn't feel energetically rushed, right? Like it's saying to me that it's like there's something about, like I keep on saying, there's like something about happening within divine union that almost says like it's like a bit of like a slow and steady vibration. I want to dive deeper into that as I continue to read through it. I'm also not surprised to see that, given the fact that this is like a lot of Cancer energy that we're reading into right now. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Swords in combination with our Lover's card in its reversal. Woo, look at that. We've got our Devil card. We're going to be studying this card. We're going to be studying this card on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. But this is exactly what I meant in relationality. This is confirmation on the work that we identified that a lot of the energy in separation is doing right now. Remember how I said that for a lot of the energy in separation, they're sorting through things? What are they sorting through? Right? Look, I want to show you. This is the same exact card for the energy in separation. They are scrutinizing the past relationship to identify what they're leaving behind versus what it is they're actively working on, right? They're going through that process because it's difficult, because we talked about the unhealthy relationship is one that feels like it creates distortions within us, right? It starts to move us in ways that we don't aspire to move. It starts feeling like it's changing us in ways that doesn't feel healthy or supportive. So that's why I keep on identifying that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, recognizing and identifying, making those adaptations, if you were, all of that we're seeing here, it's allowing for that point wherein we see that the energy is continuing to identify and recognize what those changes are. And a lot of that changing, a lot of that adaptability, I keep on seeing it's fixing. It's like focused on fixing what one is trying to work upon, but not overly internalizing another person's work, right? Because that's all we keep on seeing as it relates to the observation of the recognition to what that point is. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, it's not easy. It's frustrating, right? It's also like, I even see like even now, like a lot of that, and this is a difficulty point with a lot of this Cancerian energy, it can bring a lot of those frustrations to the surface, right? It can bring a lot of those frustrations up as it relates to being able to recognize and identify what that work is. But everything I keep on seeing there, like this is that adaptability point of the energy beginning to heal. And that's why I would not be surprised if like a lot of the energy right now are working through the space of articulating upon trauma that occurred, right? And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, the ability to articulate upon the trauma that occurred, this is what is protecting them as it relates to building into those healthy partnerships. Because I keep on hearing the trauma that recognizes trauma is the energy of another that says, I know that trauma too. I've experienced that, right? And so this is the energy Like, and I keep on seeing, if these are energies that are talking into new relationships, and another person is scratching their head and almost saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I can almost see some of these relationships where another person is like, they're like walking away, like they're like, nope, that's not it, right? Because it's like, I keep on hearing, like it's the refinement in making sure another person is equally invested in understanding what that is in order to define and build upon a healthy partnership, right? And I keep on hearing, like, this is a lot of energy that's potentially walking away from what are you talking about, is what I keep on hearing. It's like the energy walking away from what are you talking about, because that's the energy that like, it's like, oh, nope, 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 like if I keep on hearing, if like, so it's like it's someone trying to talk through like what that is, like literally, like the language is helping them identify what feels like it's in accordance to them. Continuing clarification here with the Lovers in its reversal in combination with our Two of Pentacles in its upright. Wow, there's our Two of Cups in its reversal. When you have a moment today, I would deeply, deeply encourage you to head over to our Substack and take a look at today's spread. These are all the type of cards that I would expect during a Cancer new moon, because it is a conversation on the growth of change. And what do we mean by the growth of change? So the growth of change is the identification point that in healthy relationship, we only remember, this is a culmination of the lessons that we're taking out of Gemini season. And what was a major lesson that we took out of Gemini season? Relationship is where we go to change. It is not a place of stagnation. It is a place of change. It is a place of change. If you do not want change, don't go into relationship, because, and when we're in, and this is the continuation of it, right? When we are in healthy relationship, what does that change feel like? It feels transformative, right? It feels dynamic. It feels, it's like, it's the transforming, it's the delightful surprise of the adaptability of the self that arrives for every situation it is called to meet, right? It's a lot of it's the celebration of change is what we can identify as healthy relationship. We celebrate the change together. An unhealthy relationship, is often one that changes us, right? And I keep on hearing, it almost changes us with the force of its stagnation. It changes us with the force of its stagnation, because it's the energy that, like, I keep on seeing, it's like the energy that when we try to change, it's like you're changing, right? And being like, a lot of that work that happens, it's like, we're supposed, like, and there are relationships, like I can hear some energy in separation, and they're basically saying to one another, what happened? And they're saying, I changed. And they, it's like, and this is why I keep on hearing that what's happening for a lot of the energy in separation is the difference between the change of the self and the change of the manifestation goal. Because you'll recall what I articulated in relationship, when we're in that healthy relationship, the manifestation goal doesn't change, but we change as we move towards it, right? It's holding on to the manifestation, and then you feel the adaptability of the change that occurs. But when we're in unhealthy relationship, right? Like when we talk through the space of like wanting something, but not embodying what is required to move towards it, right? Like it's the energy that often, it's a relationship, and we sometimes only see this in the relationship that can't navigate the changes necessary in order to move towards a manifestation, which is often where we see this fracturing. Because, you know, it's the difference, right? It's the difference between someone that says that they want a manifestation goal, but they don't want a manifestation goal. They just want to maintain the status quo, right? The manifestation goal that is articulated but never reached for, right? It's a lot of that too soon energy. Or we're identifying that these are those modalities of another, right, who articulates the desire for something and then gets upset that it's not there, but then does nothing to energetically embody it, right? And so I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy in separation that is like literally, like I can see them being in a space of identifying and saying, I know I could have stayed there. I would have just had to do everything. It's what I keep on saying. It's like the energy that says, I know I could have stayed there, but it would have, it requires like the amount that it requires, right? Like the ability of doing so. It's the energy that almost feels that vibration of saying that the ability to heal something cannot rest solely on the back of one person in relationship. It needs to be energetically mutual. It needs to be shared, right? It's the shared frequency. And so I just keep on seeing that a lot of that space of articulating upon the energy of the shared frequency, this is how a lot of the energy in separation is healing, because I feel like that's why I can see that for a lot of the energy in separation right now, articulating upon situations or circumstances wherein they felt like something was energetically unfair, right? Because often when we're not in attunement, it feels like we're in relationships that are not fair, because it's not that we can't persist the maintenance of them, but the proportion that we have to take on in order to maintain the relationship does not feel like a celebration of transformation, which should be the definition of a relationship. The positive relationship being a celebration of transformation, versus those modalities or those experiences wherein another articulates upon the desire to do something, but isn't necessarily in the modality wherein they're articulating upon what it is it takes to be able to reach that point. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, um, like this is what I kind of identify is requiring that state or that space of being able to recognize. And I keep on hearing like it's a lot of the energy that's like finding that balance point, but they're finding that balance point specifically because it's the energy in separation that says it should not, like the ability to heal something should not be one that is contingent on another doing all the work to do so. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, clarification between our Two of Pentacles in combination with our High Priestess energy. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here that Nine of Wands in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, that is, for a lot of the energy right now that is coming into divine union, you'll recall I mentioned that these were those magician partnerships. So for a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union, doing that work, recognizing and identifying and articulating upon it, everything I keep on seeing, this is why I keep on hearing these are the magician partnerships that see the relationship to counterpart as the energetic clear mirror, right? And what are we seeing in relationality to the counterpart being seen as the clear mirror? Because they're helping, like I told you, these were the relationships that they were prioritizing authenticity above all. It was the recognition of what one is adapting to, the ability of being able to be fully seen. And that's why it feels like an energetic celebration when we're building into healthy relationship. But that's why I also feel like a lot of that energy is releasing anger at this time. But the reason that I see that they're releasing anger is because when we find the embodied manifestation, right, when we find that energetic connection wherein another moves in energetic accordance with what it is that we see within them versus what it is that we aspire for, right, when we see the relationship that builds into the context of like that clarity, like, and I keep on hearing that deep clarity as it relates to the force of intention. All I keep on seeing here is it feels like I can see the energy that's like working through the audacity, but then they're immediately releasing it, right? They're like immediately relieving it, because it's more of the continuation of the understanding that when we find what is for us, we don't hold on to bitterness, because what's the point of holding on to energetic bitterness it's all, because I keep on hearing it's the energy that says there's no bitterness if the journey is one that allows one to feel the context of having celebrated what one finds there, right? So I just keep on seeing it's like the audacity that rises up and then is energetically released in the process. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. For a lot of the energy deep within divine union, clarification between our devil card in its upright in combination with our 2 of cups in its reversal. We've got here our page of swords in its reversal. So the energy that's in the page of swords in its reversal, this is really beautiful, because for a lot of this energy that I'm seeing, the page of swords in its reversal is effectively like it's the sharing of the heart space. It's the authentic communication. It's the ability to express the meaning of something, but not just the meaning of something I'm seeing here. For a lot of this energy, deep within divine union, that ability of being able to articulate upon the things that one feels vulnerable about is how we are able to energetically fortify around it. And so all of this energy that I'm effectively seeing that's occurring in that vibration has to do, as I mentioned, with the changing of the manifestation bowl, because there's something about the changing of that that feels so integral. Because as I mentioned, we talked a lot about with these Cancerian lessons that, you know, the thing that's beautiful is, like, I like to point this out, like when the crab gets too big, it moves into a space of vulnerability, right? And when the crab is able to be vulnerable, it can build into the shell that accommodates it. So that's what I keep on seeing is happening in a lot of the contexts of these relationships, these chariot partnerships that are happening here. There are a lot of intimacy wounds that are being healed, and they're being healed via the vulnerable conversation, being able to articulate upon something that they haven't been able to articulate upon before, being able to expound upon something that they haven't necessarily been able to share. Because there's that extension, I keep on saying there's the amplification of the extension in being able to articulate upon something that allows the ability to, like I keep on seeing, work through some heavy invested inner child healing, right? Because that ability of, and I keep on hearing, like, what is the song you hear as you're doing a lot of that deep inner child healing? You didn't deserve that, right? It's the vibration of acknowledging and holding space for the inner wounds of the child. But again, it's more of that space that, like, and again, in the space that another sees our wounds and articulates and says, you didn't deserve that, they often become honored, and they're held sacredly, and they continue to allow us the context by which we're able to heal with them. Continuing to get clarification between our 2 of cups in its reversal in combination with our 9 of wands in its reversal. We've got here our Ace of Swords. Wow, this reading today, the spread is really beautiful, because there's a conversation in relationality to the context of the fact that our vulnerability is a gift. And what do we mean by the fact that our vulnerability is a gift? Our vulnerability is a gift because we share it as we feel energetically safe to do so, right? Like, that is why, like, you can't force vulnerability from another person, right? And often, I like to point this out, trauma occurs in spaces where we try to force vulnerability. That's how we get trauma wounds. Like, intimacy wounds are often created in spaces where another person tries to force intimacy, right? And this is why I keep on hearing we hold ourselves responsibly as it relates to being able to attenuate. I keep on hearing the difference between what we desire with another versus what we are energetically trying to force. And that's why we talk about the fact that when we're in a healthy space, we never energetically try to force connections, right? Because a forced connection is something that potentially creates trauma, right? We don't try to force it. We allow things to flow. And all of, like, a lot of the energy that I'm seeing here, like that ability of doing so, this is some like deep work that's happening for energy that's in separation. Because I either see one of two different modalities that are happening right now for energy in separation as it relates to being able to release anything that feels akin to guilt, or working through something. Because you have to bear in mind, I either see these modalities of vulnerability wherein, and this is what's difficult, right? When another person tries to force vulnerability on us and we're not ready for it, another potential person potentially tries to punish us for it. And when we come into that space of being energetically punished, we create trauma there, right? And then we get hard on ourselves because we feel like we could not be vulnerable enough. But this is often what we experience as we carry trauma wounds, right? Like, it's the energy that says, oh, maybe I should have given more. Like, maybe I shouldn't have held a boundary. Maybe I shouldn't have held a standard, right? But this is often why we work through feeling a lot of frustration as it relates to our own healing. Because the observation of the, I keep on hearing the observation or the identification point of not feeling like the space of having to force a standard is a place where one feels appreciated, that the standard is being energetically held. But this is also why we have to be very conscientious in relationality to articulating upon our standards, right? Because there's a lot of that work, right? And I can see this. It can sometimes feel like a little bit of a quagmire when we're working through things of this nature. Because I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy and separation, it's the observation of healing from something where one is either saying, I know if I gave something more to it, it could have been maintained, but it would have felt like I was overgiving, right? It's the observation of healing from the trauma that often makes us feel like something is in imbalance, right? Like the difficult situation of feeling like there was a pervasive imbalance, but then you try to call your standards back and suddenly it all goes away. And then there's that moment that you're trying to heal going, I know if I gave a bit more, it would have been able to be maintained. But it's the observation of the fact that even in the statement of that, you're trying to articulate, you're already talking about the energetic problem, because it's a condition that says, oh, if I just gave a little more to something that wasn't balanced, like, it's always the hope, right? It's like you don't overgive to things for the hope that they will get balanced. It's the understanding of saying, the moment you say, oh, maybe if I overgave, it would balance, that is the condition of the relationship, right? It's not the space that you're doing so because that's what you feel comfortable doing. If you're doing it with hope for change, then you yourself are also building into potential instead of sustainability, right? So I feel like this is a lot of the energy that's working to heal from the relationships that are built upon potential. And I need to point this out for a lot of the energy doing this. This is the observation of the work within, right? The observation of noticing the tendency within, right? Because when we're healing from things of that nature, it's the observation of saying, I can't, like, not over giving to situations in the hope that they will change, but just identifying and recognizing what they are. And also the energy that is potentially honoring those spaces of others being too demanding upon them in something that they don't feel energetically balanced upon. So there's a lot of, like, this is what I meant about these being like there's a lot, this is all these temperance partnerships that are starting to come into form right now. And it's all about transcendent harmony. What is transcendent harmony? Transcendent harmony is the ability of finding the attunement with another, where you're giving not to change, not for the hope that something will change, but because it feels good to give. It feels good to give. It feels good to give. Right? Like, that is the balanced partnership, right? It's not the giving to fix, it feels good to give. Not giving to fix because it feels good to give. Now, continuing, this is why we see with the Page of Swords and the Ace of Swords, this is why there may be a little bit of this frustration or audacity that is being energetically relieved from. Because if these are modalities or circumstances wherein another is working through something, right? That identification point. This is the energy that feels, and I want to point this out, I want you to see these counterparts right now. These are those magician relationships that are moving deeper into energetic connection. And what are we identifying that is occurring with a lot of these connections? This is the observation of the fact, and this is a continuation of that, that in a modality of partnership, it's not that we have to be completely even Steven all the time, right? It's not the fact that you need to find perfect energetic balance in all things. Balance is what feels energetically balanced, right? It's the understanding that in every relationship, we give different things, right? This is what I meant in relationality to seeing like the Temperance card here and the Two of Pentacles. But I need to point out, you see that even though they may be moving in different ways, they build into the context of the flow state of building into the accordance of what feels like it is harmonized. So when we are in a space where we recognize and identify that we're moving towards the same goals, right? And we have the same desires. Like I see a lot of this energy that is like, I keep on seeing like, you know, moving towards each other with a lot more expediency, right? There's almost a little bit of that relief there because it is the observation and recognition of identifying and feeling that vibration wherein, right? And for feminine, this is a lot of the feminine that starts to feel like they can stop feeling that need to hold their standards all the time because the energy of the counterpart is saying, I'm holding them for you, right? Starting to build more into that ability of feeling honored in relationship, right? And so this is the vulnerability that the feminine is moving towards. While for masculine, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, this is the masculine that is feeling confident in the feminine that sees what they're doing and celebrates and appreciates them there, right? So this is both of these energies that are in that modality of separation. And for feminine, it feels like that relief point where they can be their authentic selves. And masculine feels that state of feeling empowered by a feminine that identifies and recognizes and sees how hard they work to hold their own energetic standards. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within Divine Union right now. Final card for today's spread. King of Swords in its upright. We've got counterpart energy here. This spread is beautiful today. We've got our Queen of Swords and our King of Swords. And what we like to see in these energies right now, this is a lot of the energy deep within Divine Union that is working very hard in relationality too. And I keep on seeing the beauty of the expanding manifestation bowl. And what do we identify with the beauty of the expanding manifestation bowl? When the manifestation bowl itself begins to expand, right, it can feel like things are changing around the self. But this is what I love about the space of the energy that's in separation, doing a lot of work in relationality to scrutiny, and that scrutiny is bringing the counterparts together. But for the energy deep within Divine Union, there's almost that modality of inscrutiny. And why do we see that the energy with deep within Divine Union is inscrutable? Because it's the energy that holds their manifestations to one another. Is what I keep on hearing. They're not utilizing, they're not building into the context of trying to reach manifestations through one another. They're building into the context of sharing a manifestation goal, something that they energetically create together. And so that's what's so beautiful about the harmony of that connection point. I keep on seeing it's one that feels stable because it is the energy that I keep on hearing like it's that strengthening modality of experiencing a manifestation point, but also finding the strength and security to be matched in relationality to how one navigates those changes. And that's what's so beautiful about it. Like this is what we're seeing here in relationality to these counterparts deep within Divine Union. Because I like to point this out. When we first enter partnership, like we talk a lot about this, it's the ability of being able to be seen, right? It's the ability in terms of being able to observe. But what's beautiful is when we start to build deeper into connection, it's not so much the need to be able to energetically be seen all the time. It's the feeling of having the support of each other's backs, right? And it's like a lot of that, and I keep on hearing, these are the energies deep within Divine Union that act as pillars to one another. And what's beautiful about pillars to one another is that I keep on hearing pillars don't lean on one another. Pillars don't lean on one another, which means that we don't lean upon the energetic counterpart. We both work on that together, right? We try to find our own energetic strength. We try to find our own energetic stabilization. So there's a lot of that energy that I see that works towards the concept of I keep on seeing they're working mutually on manifestation goals that feel that they're shared, because I keep on saying that's the work of effectively like reaching for the higher self in the process and feeling the energetic confidence and support of the counterpart along the way. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Hermit card, there's something really beautiful as it relates to, and this is, I gotta just tell you guys, please go head over and look at this spread. This is like the most, okay, this is the most Cancerian spread I have ever pulled, okay? Because it's the observation, it is the beauty of navigating through energetic vulnerability. And and remember when I said that I often this card is often associated with Cancer energy. We've got our Hermit card here. But, and I keep on seeing this, it's like, it's beautiful. And we I want to talk a little bit about this. And Cancerians, you know that you have this tendency. The thing with Cancerians, and this is why often the full moons are harder for Cancers, like new moon energy is actually better for Cancer energy. Full moons can be intense for those with Cancer placements, because it's like, it's a lot of the Cancer being like, I'll be in my mind palace. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of this, like it's like Cancers get really, really quixotic during full moon cycles, because they're like, woo, like they just go to their mind palace. But I want to, like, the thing about it, and I'm going to talk about it because and we got to just be conscientious about this, okay? Because, you know, when those with a lot of Cancer energy feel vulnerable, it's very easy to, you know, like I always like to point out, like it's really like shutter the window kind of energy is the best way to describe it. It's like Cancers are like they're very shutter the window kind of energy. Like they see something they don't want to see, and they're like, nope. Like they just go, like, you know, it's like, oh, wrong door. It can be a lot of like that. But here's the thing. When we talk a lot about this with those with Sagittarians, because Sagittarians have a little bit more, they do the same thing, but they just go, they're like, gotta go, they like run away. When we are able to sit in our vulnerability with another, we allow the possibility of what can be found there, right? When we sit in the space, when we just sit for a moment in our vulnerability instead of apologizing for being vulnerable, right? I keep on hearing, when we sit in our vulnerability, when we sit in the seat of our vulnerability instead of apologizing for being vulnerable, we allow the ability of another to reach us there, is what I keep on seeing. It gives another the confidence to be able to communicate with us. It gives another like the ability to share in that vulnerability. But when we be very conscientious about being very vulnerable during this period, and then apologizing for the vulnerability, because that's the moment that sometimes, like, that can sometimes create trauma in another, right? Which is like when another person feels that expectation point, or the wonderful moment of an intimate point, and then another person apologizes for it. It can almost feel like the vibration of confusion that emerges, because I keep on seeing, it's honoring one's vulnerability. Like when one doesn't apologize for vulnerability, you honor the vulnerability, because it's a vulnerability that doesn't say, I shouldn't have done that. It says, I should do that more often, right? It's the energy, it's the opening up, it's coming into the space of like being receptive, that one doesn't say, I shouldn't have done that, but saying, I should do that more often, because it's working through the ability, like vulnerability itself can be a gift. So long as we're in and it's not something, but that's why I keep on seeing, That's why we are very precious with it, because I keep on hearing it takes a lot to be vulnerable, right? And often I keep on seeing that vulnerability is such that it's the ability to articulate and identify like what we mean to one another, and what that shape takes, that allows for a lot of those points of expansion. But I will also stress right now, there's a little bit like this type of moon, this type of new moon energy, it's very easy for small things to get taken out of proportion. Okay, because it's just all of that Cancer energy. It's like very heightened sensitivity. So if you're feeling like that, if you're feeling really bothered by something, make sure you ask yourself, why am I bothered by it? Right? Because the ego will always say, I don't like it, right? Versus the higher self that says, sit down, I'll tell you exactly why it has meaning to me. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, and I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into our personal readings today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you updates on everything that we have studied in each class, but now's a great time to join if you want to catch up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've studied or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me if you choose to receive one, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new offerings I'm offering. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you a brief recap on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just posted one recently on navigating this full moon in Sagittarius. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for these reasons, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking weekly consistent tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations, dragons. You got our highest gifter today. You will be the 4th person read for. And you got 2nd, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. Hannah, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 6th. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 41.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today? Thank you so much. I love the fact that you guys said your intuition is not on track today and everybody just nailed the intuition check. I did just Google it, and owls do in fact eat frogs. I feel like owls, much like, will eat anything that fits in their mouth. The more you know, not vulnerability. Yes, and thank you for the heart arrows. Nam, tapping throughout the collective so that we reach 50K before it ends. Thank you so much, Nambuere. Thank you. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Thank you, Nikki and Fig, for sharing the live. And thank you, Eros, for resubscribing. The new, Thesnu, thank you for the follow. Adam, thank you for those heart knees. Guys, make sure to recharge your heart knees today if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. Nikki, good to see you today, dear. Cutthroat, can you help? I can absolutely draw cards in relation to your career path cut. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Yell, I'll read the list right now. For those who are on the list, I see Yell. Hold on a minute. Snoods, thank you for the follow. I'm going to check right now, Yell Ballet. So let me know if you hear your name. If you don't hear your name and you're on the list, please give me the name and the initial where you sent the payment. Not the full name of the place, just the initial. I've got on the list today Per, who's getting an additional card because thank you for being the first on the list today. Kara, Jasa, or Jaisa, Dragons, and Hannah. If I have not named you and you have sent payment, please notify me of your first name and the initial where you sent the payment. Yes. And thank you for the help, guys. I appreciate it. And Snoots, thank you for the sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Ryan. How are you doing today? And Erica, thank you for those gifts, dear. Happy Tuesday. Right back at you. Patty, we do 1 card readings for subscribers once we're done the personal readings. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. If not, you're welcome to get on the donation list, dear. And Adam, thank you for sharing the live. The not fitting in is spot on. Being seen as such a gift. Tap to claim, Dean. Oh, thank you, Fig. She's great and worth the subscription. Thank you. I appreciate you, Fig. Hi there, Blue Virgo. Good to see you today. Grand Rising Team Olsana. And thank you for sharing the live channeling. So good to see you. And Nambuere, thank you for sharing the live as well. Grand Rising Grace. Hope you're having a good one. When the plan is larger than ours. I like that, Ryan. Grand Rising Dream. 810. Yeah, here's the thing. We've got a lot of planets in Aries right now, 810. Make sure you're hydrating if your head hurts. This reading is like da-da-dun. It really is, isn't it? Hi there, Mohammed. This resonates so much. Thank you as well, Tay. Not overly internalizing. Tap to claim. literally started scratching my head, except I had an actual itch. Amazing. What? I know, it's wild, isn't it? Thank you as well. Yes, energetic mutuality is so important. Not energetically mutual. Sending you support, Curly. Michael, I'm getting witch talk, all kinds of stuff. I'm not into over past month or so. What's up? What do you mean by not like stuff you're not into? Let me know, Michael. Hi there, Jacob. Kelsey, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And thank you for those heart knees, K-Fan. I have to go. You have a great day, Jacob. I feel like this is my personal reading. I'm so glad it relates, Curly. And Isabella, thank you for the follow. Overgiving, transcendent harmony, tap to claim. All right. And thank you, Hannah, for re-upping your heart knees. My divine union combusted. Sending you support, Curly. Sending you so much support. Hi there, Hermit Crab. Perfect timing. Hi there, Jais. How are you doing? Welcome to our Cancers in the room. Yes, I shut down during full moons. This is it can happen. It can be really intense for those with cancer placements. Mind Palace. Yep. Yes, I'll be in my Mind Palace. Exactly. Yep, my Mind Palace. Oop. I feel like I didn't mean to. I guess I accidentally called out all the Cancers in the room. Yes, going into their shell. Like that's me, even though I'm an Aries. I have so much Cancer in my chart and my Cancer moon. Yeah, that'll do it. I got a blast. Yeah, that's that's what the Sages do. Sages are like, oh, I gotta go. Thank you for the collective reading. Very helpful during this time for me. You have a blessed day as well. You're so welcome, Curly. You're so welcome, Morgan. And thank you for the crowns, dragons. Yep, I just read the list. Yeah, let me know if you're on it. Hi, Katie. We are almost at 50K, guys. We're at 46K. Bailey, these are donation-based readings. We just finished the free collective. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to read for you. Grace, I'm a virtual ping pong of interviews, stopping only to imagine where I may be relocating or not. Wow, sending you so much support today, Grace. Stella, just give me the initial on where you sent it, and I will double check. I have a feeling it's on V, so I'll check right now. Please hold. 1 second. We'll get you hooked up. If you sent it, there's nothing to worry about. You'll definitely have your reading. Okay, 1 second. Stella, I just need the initial on where you sent it, dear. Okay, you pronounced my name so sweetly and correctly. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. It's beautiful. And welcome. Thank you. Okay, let me just check here. Just remember, please don't put the full name of the places you send the payment. The apps don't like it. Okay. They're like X's. They're like, don't say their name in this house. I got you, Stella. You're good, dear. All right. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read score. Jasa was right. Perfect. Thank you, Jasa. Excellent. Thank you for the follow. Yep. All right. And Amy, thank you for the follow as well. To send the donation, Rig Maiden, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can post it there. All right. Perfect. All right, where were we? All right, we're going to get started. How long will it take to be the 7th right now? So Stella, one minute you say. I like to say about 10 minutes per reading to be fair. So I'd say we'll probably get to you in the next hour. Also, I will point out, if you're on the list, I always put you on hold. You're never going to miss your reading here. So I'll call for you, and if you're not here, you'll get added to the hold list. Okay? All right. That said, the first person we're reading for is Per. I saw that you already sent your dream. Just a reminder, if you have information that's relevant for our reading today, if you have a past life you would like more information on, or if you have a dream you would like interpreted, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. So, I have a weird one today on Discord, Outside Tea. I love it. Hi there, soul. Good to see you, Pap. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And Squapnil, welcome. Joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. For anyone who's across the other apps, if you'd like to be on the list today, you can do so as well via my tree with links in it. We're going to get started. First one we're reading for is Per, but before we get started, we're going to do an intuition check. Intuition check. All right, friends. I've got an animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. Put your impressions in the comments, and let's see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. Where was the crane? The crane was all over the place last time. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. Good job. Got a lot of people saying swan. Swan's close. Let me just grab the cards and you grab my other set. Hold on a minute. All right. Cards. We've got cards. All right. We're also going to take a beautiful moment to admire one of the most beautiful tarot boxes I've ever seen. Isn't it gorgeous? I'm absolutely smitten with it. All right. Little bit. Where was the crane? I know. Isn't it gorgeous? Yes, a very, very good gift. All right. So we are reading for Per first. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 7th person read for. What do we got? Outside tea, dream interpretation, our favorite. I was having a wild dream last night. All right. Ready? Dream. My dream began in the living room of my own house. Let me start by saying that my dreams are never set in my current home. If the events do take place in my own house, it usually means I'm encountering other energies or my guides, direct messages. I went to the toilet, and from my toilet, you can see the living room. A woman was sitting in my spot on the couch where I normally sit, and she nodded approvingly that it was okay for me to enter the toilet. The light in the toilet started flickering and then went out. Suddenly, I found myself on a grassy field with friends. They are not my real life friends, but in the dream, they felt like friends. I was sitting on a bench in front of the field, talking and not seeing sharp. Suddenly, a window without frames was slid in front of me, and everything became incredibly vivid in color and image. This was different from how I normally experience dreams. This was clearer and sharper than real life, even. Personally, I don't think it was a dream, but something else. Just like the astral projection, which I haven't done in 20 years. I got this kind of nervous, shaky feeling inside my body. Across the green field where I was sitting with my friends, there was a house. I could only see the path to the front door. The door itself was hidden behind bushes. One by one, women started going inside, different appearances and ages. There was a continuous stream of women going in, not all at once, but one by one. There wasn't a line either. I didn't see anyone come back out. The last one I saw was an elderly woman. I found her a bit scary because the whole situation felt very ominous. I tried to wake up. I wanted to leave and also felt like I wasn't supposed to be seeing this. The waking up part didn't work right away, but after about 5 minutes, with lots of effort, I was able to wake up. Can you please understand what this was? It was an astral projection, as I remember always floating during those experiences. It was definitely not a regular dream either. 5 parts. Yeah. I think this dream is really interesting because I feel like everything I keep on seeing in this dream is the fact that it's definitely it's a guide communication to you in relationality to their perspective on things is all I keep on seeing. Now, there's a lot of different things happening in the stream. So I want to move you through what I'm seeing one by one so we can get a better understanding of each. Now, the first thing that you brought up, and I need to stress this because this is already showing the fact that and I like, this is why I like reading for clients in relationality to their dream space. You are very good. You've already done a really great job at mapping your own like dream landscape, if you will. Specifically and particularly because you've already recognized, you've already created a conversation with your guides where you've already figured out the locationality by which you encounter others is important because it talks about the nature of what you're experiencing. And you immediately said that the dreams you have are never set in your current home. And if they do take place in your own home, it means you're encountering energies or guides. So you know that this is, so we already start this knowing that this is a direct message from your guides. Now, when you talked about the idea that there was a woman sitting on your couch where you normally sit, and she nodded approvingly for you, for that it was okay to enter. The light was like the toilet, if you will, and that the light there started to flicker. You know, this is talking towards vulnerability, right? Um, the space of like the toilet in a house is a place where we are effectively vulnerable. And I think that there's something really important about the fact that you saw a woman sitting in your spot on the couch and she nodded approvingly, which is to say, and I feel like this is almost the space of the guides. And I feel like in a way what's happening here is this was you sharing the eyes with your guide. They were showing you what it looks like to see you speaking vulnerably, and the space by which you said that they, like the person on the couch, gave you approval. You have to remember that that's you giving your guides approval to articulate upon something by means of being able to recognize and identify what you feel comfortable speaking about, right? Because it's a conversation of the fact that the guides themselves also operate in the space of our consent. So this is a way that the guides were basically saying to you that they are willing to work with you insofar as you are comfortable working with them, because their ability to work with you on a more intense level, first and foremost, requires your own approval in relationality to feeling comfortable in doing so. So that's like a very, it's like a very, it's like a very roundabout way of like, it's a very roundabout way of the guides basically saying, we never work with you in a way that isn't energetically consensual, right? Like it's a lot of that space that says, and I think we've talked about this, a good guide never wants to like push you off the brink of one's own ability to navigate what you're energetically receiving from. And I think this brings us, and I want you to understand something very important from this point of the dream going forward, because that was the first communication of the guides basically saying, whatever you're comfortable with, okay? And then we had different experiences that happened in relationality to something that made you feel very comfortable. to something that did not make you feel comfortable. So this was like almost a calibration dream, if you will, right? These are the guides that were basically calibrating where your comfort level was. So in the first part of the dream, you identified the fact that you were on a grassy field, right? On a grassy field. We're good. We're good. With a bunch of people. Okay. Didn't know who they were. Sitting on a bench in front of the field, talking, not seeing sharply. Suddenly, a window without frames was slid in front of you, and everything became very vivid in color and image. So this was different from how you normally experience things. I thought it was something else. Kind of nervous. You felt a little bit nervous, right? So even in that space, right, when they were trying to say, and this is the conversation of them talking to you about saying, we're very careful and conscientious in helping you see things from our perspective, because we never want to create that feeling of anxiety in you, right? We never want to, like, I feel like there was something that happened as it relates to that astral projection that you spoke about. I feel like in a way, it's almost them trying to say that something that occurred between you and the guides was almost like energetically accidental, because there's some kind of trauma that was created within it, right? So but I keep on seeing that even in the approximation point of them showing you something that felt exciting, but it did make you feel a little nervous. I feel like they were trying to show you, like, you're like, this is how hard it is for us. It's like, this is how hard it is for us. Right? Like, this is it's like, this is the struggle is real. This is the struggle for us, which is the fact is that we could never know, like, we can never anticipate what will occur when we open that window. We can never anticipate. We can never anticipate what will occur when we open that window. If we'll be like, ooh, or if we'll be like, so, and I feel like that was like a very beautiful, like that was a very beautiful way of them trying to communicate that in the space of the dream, right? And then you spoke about across from the green field, you saw there was a house, and you could only see the path to the front door. And the door itself was hidden behind some bushes. And then one by one, women started going inside, different appearances, different ages. And there was a continuous stream of women going in, not all at once, one by one. There wasn't a line either. I didn't see anyone come back out. And the last one was an elderly woman. I found her a bit scary because the whole situation felt very ominous, and I tried to wake up. I wanted to leave, but also felt like somebody was like I wasn't, and also felt like I wasn't supposed to be seeing this. Now, this is the important part of the dream. This is the fact. Your guides, your guides, man. The waking up part didn't work out right either, but after 5 minutes with a lot of effort, I was able to wake up. The best definition I'm seeing here is the house that the women were going into was an allegory for death, right? The allegory for death being the house that one walks into, but you never see someone come back out again. You don't necessarily know what's happening on the other side, right? But even in that space that you articulated about that feeling of ominousness, right? That anxiety point, it was the arrival to the fact that you're not seeing anything alarming, but it was the foreboding. It was the fear itself that was the energetic trauma point. Now, remember what I said in relationality to the fact that in the very first part of the dream, the guides communicated to you and said, you know, I want to bring up some vulnerable stuff, and we want to work with you so long as it feels like it is something that makes you feel energetically comfortable, right? So it's like the first part of the dream is like, I want to show you some things to gauge your comfortability, right? To gauge what feels energetically comfortable for you. And effectively, that's like the dream was like the dream did that, because when you were sitting in the grassy field, right, and you saw the window, the vibrant window, you were like, this is great. I'm totally okay. We're good. We're good, right? We're all sitting, we're all good, right? But then you were like, what on earth is that, right? The observation, like working into the space of death, right? That liminal space of what may exist beyond. you were like, I got to get out of here. I got to go. This is not, nope, 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 no. And even in that moment, it was the arrival back to the beginning of the dream, because there was the energy that you said. And this is the thing that I think is really interesting, because I've noticed in some of the other dreams you brought to me, which is you said, I felt like I shouldn't be seeing it. The guides are showing you things, right? The guides are showing you things. But it's the moment that you say, I don't feel like I should be seeing this, that is the calibration point to your comfortability, right? The wrongness or the uncertainty of seeing something that creates the anxiety and fear in you. And I feel like what's beautiful about the message that the guides are giving is saying, like, it's further a point in saying, we never want to show you something that is going to create fear in you. We only want to show you things that feel like they're healthy and supportive to your own energetic experience. But that ability of you kind of saying, like, no, I don't want this. I would not be surprised if you've been putting like a lot of desire in terms of desiring to see more with your guides, because the guides, I feel like the guides keep on trying to show you their perspective on things and saying, like, understand the difficulty point in wanting to help you see something, not wanting to push something so far that it creates that anxiety and fear within you, right? And I feel like the dream itself almost was trying to work in service to the ability for them to calibrate as it relates to what you find comfortable versus what you find distressing. Because the dream space is nice for that. The dream space is nice for that. Bottom of the deck on the read. Yeah, there you go. Bottom of the deck on the reading. I like to point this out. The guides are guides for a reason. They're not us. They're there to support us. But they're also, they don't, like, they know us as much as they can, but they can't predicate, right? They can't predicate upon, like, how we experience something, is what I keep on saying. So that's what I meant in relationality to, like, the fact that I feel like you're working with a guide that's trying to, like, help you with attunement. And they're like, that's why I feel like even that beginning of the dream, they're like, I'm on the outside looking in, but even in the space of the dream, I almost hear the dream, like, them almost apologizing, because they're like, I feel like there's something about your manifestation that you may be asking them to see more, or asking to, like, wanting to, like, have some kind of deeper connection. But I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says, like, only a good guide only wants to give you things that help, right? Never hurt. So that is the energy that says, like, I feel like this is like one of those moments. It feels like I don't know what, and this is where I'm even seeing, because there's like, and I feel like this also has to do with the fact that there's a door, like the house that you're describing without a window. Like, there's some work with guides that is a little bit of, like, you got to trust me on this, is what I keep on hearing. You got to trust me on this. Like, it's a lot of that. And there's something about that I feel like is important, because, and I need to stress this. Okay. Oh, it's the observation between, like, the site that is beautiful versus the site that's distressing. Because sometimes when you see more, you see beautiful things. Sometimes when you see more distressing things as well. So that's what I feel like they're trying to articulate in the dream space, which is like the ability to see things, like, it's not just always positive. Sometimes it can also exist in the realm of what's negative. It's about being strong enough to be able to endure both, right? To be able to, like, the gift of being able to see is one that is the embracing of clarity, like, in both contexts, which is why they were showing it to you in that fashion. Very, very smart. That's really cool. Sorry. That is a thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message, it's like a spoonful of sugar, a spoonful of salt kind of energy, is what it's saying. Which is like, if you're going to have a spoonful of sugar, you have to be prepared for the spoonful of salt as well, right? Like, the eyes that see clearly see all, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I love that box. It's so cool, isn't it? Thank you. Rig, did I get you on the, can you just give me the initial on where you sent it, dear? And Adrian, thank you for the follow. Bryn, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Consent of both parties, exactly. Hi there, Shika. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me, by the way. So true. It felt like death for sure. Yeah, I could see that. Like, it's the ominous being like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of that there, that force there. I like, yeah, you guys are cool. You guys are cool. I like reading it. I'm like, this is cool. All right, let's get into it. Yes, I'm asking for more. 2 steps forward, 1 step back slowly, right? But that was the message of the dream, which is like, if you want to see more, you have to be prepared for seeing more positive, but also potentially seeing more negative as well. You're amazing. No, thank you. You are amazing, Kern. Thank you for sharing that interesting dream with us. I've had weird dreams lately, but I don't remember them. Well, make sure you're writing them down. Just get yourself in the space of writing things down when you wake up. Okay. Thank you. Where? Where's that ring? And we got to 50K. What is CG? Wait, is that that's not one of the places you can send a donation? I'm confused. Thank you as well, Ava, for letting us know we got to 50K. Thank you, guys. We're going to do our giveaway. All right, just bear with me a moment. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right, so we're going to do initials. No, not my, yeah, yeah, I thought you wanted me to send an issue. No. I need the initials of the site. You said this. Oh, wait, I got you. I think I got you. I think. Yep. Okay, hold on. Harmony, thank you for getting on the list. You're after Stella. Okay. No, this makes sense. We can't put the full name of the places where we send the donations because the apps don't like it when you talk about other apps on them. So that's what I was asking, but I think I found you, dear. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to continue right now. But we're going to do the 50K giveaway. We're going to do an intuition check, and then the next person on the list we're going to read for. But if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available for today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots today, you can go ahead and send the donation over and you'll be added to the list. And if anyone else if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, all you need to do is you can use the same methods to get on the list. Hi there, Loon. I can't, Loongail. We already did the free reading today. Lungail, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me, but we're doing donation-based readings now. If you'd like to get on the list, you can send a donation. I'm happy to pull cards for you. We'll also be doing 1-card readings later for those who are members on the place where we keep the videos where you are, if you'd like to become a member and receive a free card. All right. Excellent. All right, so we're going to do the 50K and Rig, can you give me the initial that, yep, we're good then. We're perfect. Thank you, Rig. All right, next person. So we're going to do our 50K. I am thinking of a number right now. Hold on a moment. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 50. First person I see that posts number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 No, it's a hard one apparently today. Nope. 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 I'm sure you miss it. Probably saw something. No, that wasn't it. No. Hold on. No. Oh, Prissy! Prissy got it. Congratulations, Prissy. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating. In the meantime, if you would like to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. No, Chrissy, no, Prissy. I'm sorry, Prissy, Missy. I'm sorry, Chrissy. I know that's they sound similar. Sorry about that. Prissy. Congratulations, Prissy. All right. Congrats. All right. It was 16. All right. We're going to continue right now. Next, the next person on the list, I am looking for Kara. Kara, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. And while we wait for Kara's question, we're going to do another intuition check. I'm pulling an animal spirit guide card. All right. We're going to count back from 10. Let me know your impressions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Grace, man, you are on it today. Good job, Grace. We'll do that again after the next reading. You were like, sow, pig. It's like done. Fantastic. All right. Kara, can you, Pumbas? Yeah, I would also accept Pumbas. All right. Can I please, Kara, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left. It's an Arkansas thing. Love it. General, I got you, dear. And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. 4 cards for Kara, please. 4 cards for Kara. Man, I feel like you're dealing with some naive energy, man. I feel like you're dealing with some naive energy. It's like it just feels like it feels like someone who I'm gonna walk you through a little bit about what I'm seeing. Like it's giving me a little bit of this energy that confuses. I want to. There's 2 different things happening right now, and it's really important not to get them confused because we're gonna walk through it. Okay. Like I see one thing where there's some kind of energetic situation in relationality to like someone saying like, you don't let me do anything is what I keep on seeing. But and I feel like and the thing about it is I almost like see some kind of situation of you like articulating to another in relationality to, you know, I keep on hearing you say like negligence, like I keep on hearing you having to say to someone in one way, shape, or form that negligence isn't love. Like negligence isn't love. Like I almost hear somebody saying that person can do anything. Like, why can't I do anything? And you having to say, like, because negligence isn't love, which is the fact that, like, like the ability, like, when, and I keep on hearing, when we are, like, when we're little, like, this is what I like to call, like, this is a little, like, this is a small conversation, because it's the understanding. I keep on seeing the amplification of care that is the result of the ability to navigate the world. I keep on hearing, often trauma comes towards us. I keep on hearing the no does not create traumas within us. The no that makes no sense creates trauma. So if you're fearing or you're having some kind of anxiety in relationality to having to articulate no, I keep on hearing the message. Remember, no only creates trauma when it doesn't make any sense. The ability of being able to help another person understand our no allows for our no to be very, very healing, right? Because it also helps us understand that the ability to articulate upon a fear, right? The ability to expound upon it in such a way that it helps us find that, I keep on hearing, the ability to walk through something in a way that helps us define and refine what it is that we're trying to fix or what it is that we're trying to work upon. I just kind of see, like, it feels like you and another person are going through some kind of growing pains, because it's working into the context of saying to another that, if there's it's the amplification of trying to protect another from things that are hard to talk about, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's the ability of helping another navigate through those things effectively. um, and this is what I keep on hearing: make sure that you're having empowering conversations with someone, specifically in the space of talking towards and trying to heal from fear. Because I like to point out, fear, like fear is not something that we should completely move away from. Our fears help us to fix things, right? Our fears help us in the space that it serves us. So, right, and I feel like this is the conversation that you need to have with someone. The fear that serves us, so the fear that allows us the context by which to do something helpful with it, right? Like the ability to say, like, oh, I can, like, if I'm anxious about something, I can check on that. There's something that we can effectively do. Versus, I keep on seeing generalized anxiety, right? Like generalized anxiety for things that are like impossible to be able to put one's own finger upon. And so I keep on hearing, I feel like there's something that you're doing right now to try to help another, like, navigate through their own anxiety or their own fear. So if you're having that conversation with someone, I want you to make sure that you're not telling them, like, not telling someone not to be afraid of things, is what I keep on seeing. Because there's nothing worse than being told not to be afraid of things. Because it often, like I keep on saying, you don't want to negate another person's experience. But the ability of saying to another, what can we do that'll be positive with this? How can we move this into a space that feels like it is supportive? Because the ability to, I keep on hearing, the ability to articulate upon something in a way that feels like it's productive helps, I keep on hearing, helps us be solution focused, not problem oriented. And I feel like this is something that you yourself are working on at this time, but also one that I see you like facilitating and working with in relationality to another. Because, like I said, And I think that this is what I mean. If there's a situation that you're having with someone where all they're doing is talking about their fears, but all of those fears are unfounded, right? Like if there's nowhere to productively put them, and simultaneously, they're just like springing out of nowhere. Like that is I keep on hearing like that is often the realm that we identify as an overly active imagination, right? Because that's the modality of, again, trying to build into the context of creating something that feels energetically supportive to the self, as opposed to like constantly coming through a space of like what allows the context of reality to emerge. So I want you to I feel like that is what you need to do right now as it relates to some kind of situation. And I keep on hearing, if someone is coming towards you with their fears that are unfounded, like if there's someone coming towards you with like pulling fears out of the air, don't start arguing with them, is what I keep on hearing. Because when someone else brings a fear that they pulled out of the air to you, and you start battling with them about it or arguing, all you do is make it. I keep on hearing you're making it like you're making it tangible. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're making it tangible. It's like you have to like say to them, like, I feel like there's that moment where it's like, instead of like getting into an argument with them, be like that you have to have a basis for something that you're bringing towards me, right? Like I keep on hearing you having to say to someone the difference between like the basis of what you fear versus like what you see has to do with like the important ground of reality. So make sure you're having conversations that are grounded in reality, is all I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Five of Pentacles. Like I feel like you're having to like do a little bit of work with someone in relationality to, and I keep on hearing, grounded in reality is the healing you can bring to a situation, which is, again, if someone is trying to like articulate an anxiety to you, and there's something that can be done about it, be like, okay, look, there's something very tangible that we can do to heal that, then that's productive, right? But if someone is coming towards you constantly in a space where they're always articulating upon fears, right? I keep on hearing the ability to completely articulate upon fears, but having no foundation of those fears can often be indicative of an overactive imagination. Because I keep on hearing the fear that has evidence is something that you can fortify against. The fear that one is just like, you can fear you can think about anything, is what you can think about, like, that's what I mean. Like you can think about the limit. You shouldn't have to be battling another person's mind demons, is what I keep on hearing, which is the space of another person saying, well, I thought it, therefore it must be true. And I even talk about this in the spirituality I practice because I help mentor, which is like we work a lot in the fashion of being able to articulate that we build evidence-backed spirituality in terms of seeing the stabilization point found in experience and the surrounding world. So make sure that someone is not in a space where they're projecting their fears onto you, is what I'm saying. And again, often in the moment where another person is projecting their fears onto us, it's something that we often have to step back from, because it's the energy of having to say to someone like, look, I care about you, but I'm not going to entertain a conversation that's not grounded in reality, right? Like it's the modality of saying to another person, like, my care extends to you, but only in the way that I feel like it's healthy for you. So you may have to have a conversation in relationality to whether someone's doing something that is building the context of health and stability in them versus something that they're holding on to that's just like propelling their fear, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Karen. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll be the 6th person read for. We've got 4 spots left for today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Jasa. Or if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Fig, Sin. Wow, Sin, something you said in my reading just came to fruition in regards to understanding confusion and my role in helping that. Oh, Fig, I hope it was helpful. And I'm sending you so much support. And Danielle, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Curly. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Absolutely, Elle. All right. The list right now, we've got Jasa. And again, Hannah. Sorry. Jasa, Dragons, Hannah, Stella, Harmony, and Prissy. And we've got 4 more spots today if anyone else would like to get on the list. All right. Before we continue, we're also at 50. Yes, it was. More tools. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad. All right. So I am going to, we're going to do another intuition check before we move on to the next reading. All right. I have got a animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. One moment. Tay. I'll take T. It's the hind, but we'll take deer in this case, because that is an archaic word. So congratulations, Tay. Thank you so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And for those joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list today, you can as well. You'll be, we've got 4 spots left. And Danielle, thank you for the follow, dear. Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. And just a reminder, if you have, dear is 4 letters. That's true. That's a good point, Terry. A complete opposite. I like that. I like that ring. I said stag after so earlier. I hope that's a good thing. Applying for a job I want. Maybe there's a stag in here, so it's different. This has been the most interesting experience. Thank you, Blue Virgo, for being here and receiving these messages. All right, so we're doing another. Just a reminder, if you have information that's relevant to your reading here today, if you have a dream you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you'd include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. All right, General, please. Thank you. Comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison is the thief of joy. You know? And I see something really beautiful happening for you right now. Like I see you. If this hasn't arrived already, it's really close, but I see you in some kind of energetic connection with someone who gets you. You know? Like this feels supportive. This feels affirming. But I'm also going to stress, I would not be surprised if there's not also, like I keep on hearing, if everything is going so well, why am I feeling so energetically emotional on something? You know, when we find that energetic connection that is right for us, I keep on hearing, it can be very overwhelming because, and I need to point this out, some, like when we come into a healing that makes us recognize that there wasn't anything wrong with us to begin with, like it often, like, I just feel like there's something that I see you going through, which is like having to let go of a lot of trauma as it relates to energetic connections, where someone was trying to like divest themselves of the work on the self by trying to make you feel like you were some kind of energetic burden, is all I keep on hearing. This is why healing can feel so frustrating. This is why healing can feel so painful at times, because it's those moments that we start to heal and we start building into energetic connection with those that are in alignment to us, that help us, I keep on hearing, like, help us recognize like how much we put up with in the past, is what I'm seeing. Because I just keep on seeing some situations here. Like this is there's like some kind of big relationship behind you where someone make you feel like you are a burden because you refuse to pick up their burden. That's all I keep on hearing. Like you're healing from some kind of situation where someone tried to say that you are a burden because you stopped picking up their burden, you know? But this is the message that's coming through in your guide, on our guides. Like your worthiness to another person should not be articulated in how much you can take, is what I keep on hearing. Like that is not, I keep on hearing, that is not like the identification of love should not be one of another person that says, I care about you because you put up with me, or I care about you because, everything I give, like everything I dish out, you take. It should be one with someone who's doing the work with you, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and I feel like this is some kind of calibration moment that's allowing the context for healing. But it feels like, and I think that this is the important thing that I'm identifying here. I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein you're helping another. Like I keep on hearing, like, you know, the ability. I just keep on hearing our ability to love, like our ability to be cared for should not be conditional on how much we can, like how much weight we carry. It should be one, the burden that is mutually shared is one that allows for the propensity of being able to be sustainable. And that's the thing I keep on seeing right now. Like I see you having recognized some kind of instability point, right? Like I just keep on seeing some kind of situation that like reached like some kind of moment that it feels like I see you being like, this is ridiculous, because I just keep on seeing that it's like, it's not even like staying sustainable. It just feels like there's being more weight added. So I keep on seeing, like, make sure that you're having conversations that feel productive as it relates to the nature of change, what needs to change, because I do feel like, and this is the thing I keep on identifying here, like I see some kind of major breakthrough for you coming up. I see some kind of new opportunity. That's what I mean in relationality to, like, I keep on hearing when we have new opportunities, energetic relationship shift is what I see. Like our relate, like the world around us shifts to accommodate it, because it's the difference between like the healthy relationship that supports us in our endeavors, like the healthy relationship that allows for that context by which something, like the difference between someone saying whatever you need versus how dare you, has to do with the mutuality of the understanding of being able to, I keep on seeing like being able to be our best version of self. And I think that it's interesting because I just keep on seeing a situation where like almost some kind of experience where in the past you were more in the role of a relationship wherein you were more in like the space of being a caretaker, right? Like somebody who was just like like putting a lot of support towards someone. But that's why I keep on seeing that, like that's what I meant about navigating some kind of shift, because I almost keep on seeing that there was a conversation about some kind of agreement to do something that felt like it was temporary. And like I see you kind of trying to move back into something and feeling like some kind of point of resistance. So that's what I meant in relationality, to make sure you're having productive conversations. And I will also say this, if like you and another person are not seeing eye to eye on things, it might be a good time to bring in some kind of intervention to help you. Like I keep on hearing, like finding a pathwork of what the future is going to look like. Because that's all I keep on seeing. Like whatever this opportunity is that's coming towards you, like I keep on hearing, a healthy opportunity should not break a relationship. It should feel like a celebration, because it's the ability to like accommodate for it. It's the ability to understand that a success for one is a success for both, rather than another person feeling like you're moving towards some kind of opportunity and feeling like they're being left behind in the process. Like there's a lot of, I keep on seeing there's like a lot of this, like this work between you and them that needs to be identified and recognized here. But I keep on hearing, like the one thing I'm seeing here is it feels like this is a beautiful opportunity for a fresh start, because that fresh start is the conversation about what needs to become balanced. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the devil card in its reversal. Like that's what I meant in relationality to like working through something and having to say to another person, something has to give, right? Like that observation of accommodation wherein you're putting some point of consideration into something that needs to change because you're trying to bring a greater like metric of success to something. And that's all I keep on seeing around some kind of situation or circumstance. Like I keep on hearing, a good thing is a good thing. Like a rising tide raises all ships. It shouldn't like make sure that you and another person have the same manifestation goals, because something about working through that manifestation goal, I keep on hearing the message, a success for one is always a success for both, because it's that modality or that opportunity of identifying where the work is. Like that celebration is the difference between, you know, like, and I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship is not one about fitting into a role. It's about being able to step up to allow another to like arrive to their fullest self. So make sure that you're having conversations right now with those that you're in relationship with as to what feels like a fulfilling life, right? Because I feel like that's what I'm really identifying here. I feel like this is a conversation about you saying to another person, I love you, but I also want a fulfilling life, which is a life that allows one to fulfill one's goals, right? That's the harmony that we find in partnership. And that's not one that it feels like we're constantly like just working towards another's goals, but it's the energy that I keep hearing, the energy that empowers both to be able to mutually, like I keep on hearing, like I almost feel like someone being, I feel like there's something you're trying to do and another person's trying to say you don't need to, right? Like it's somebody being like, why do you need to do that? And I almost hear you saying to them, I don't need to do it. I want to do it because it fulfills me. So make sure you're having a conversation with them in relationality to fulfillment. Because if you're trying to do something and another person is trying to say to you that it's not logical because it's not necessary, remind them that fulfillment, living a fulfilling life, is one of the most necessary things that we can do, both for our sanity and the joy that we're able to share with those around us. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Jaisa. And if this message connects to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Malaya. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And Hardy, thank you for those roses. Blue Virgo, thank you for sharing the live. Apologies, friends. I agree. Well, I agreed with my husband today. We are, divorcing. Oh, there's nothing wrong with me. He agreed. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Jaisa. Always come in at just the right time. Thank you, KJ. Good to see you today. Ballet Shoes, thank you for the follow. My business can't grow. My life can't expand in this marriage. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, dear. So much support. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Betty. I didn't even notice that. That's kind of cool. And lovely Cappy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You don't need a second place. You're already successful. Verbatim. Wow. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. Jam, a reading is 3 cards for a donation. 3 cards for a donation of 29 for 9 subscribers, dear. I got you, Melly. Looks like we're doing a dream reading. And Jam, thank you for the follow. I got you, Melly. Good to see you today. Well, and I feel like, I feel like what's interesting about that too is it feels like, I keep on hearing, it feels like a fresh start for both of you. Because I feel like I just keep on identifying that there's something about that it's like I keep on hearing like it's the understanding of different manifestation goals. It's all I keep on saying. It's like the observation of the fact that you and another person have vastly different manifestation goals at this time. So I keep on hearing even now, like working and focusing on like healthy separation in terms of identifying and articulating what you need. Like I keep on hearing it's like the relationship that is changing. It's not going away, it's changing. And it actually feels like it's potentially changing for the better because I keep on seeing you're giving each other the room to breathe. Is when that's interesting because I was coughing when I was doing that. Like the love that gives each other the room to breathe because you recognize that you have different manifestation goals. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. You're so welcome. And thank you again, and sending you so much support on that journey. We said that this is going to be better. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. All right. The next person on the list for today is Dragons. Dragons, let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. I truly believe I found my person. Oh, wow, that's wild. I'm trying to push us to heal our childhood trauma. I see myself with him. Sending you so much support on that journey, Derry. All right, I got you highest priority for Dragons, but before we do Dragons reading, we're going to do another intuition check. Reminder to anyone who'd like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. All right. I've got a card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your guesses in, and we will see who gets closest to the mark. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the crane. Thank you guys so much for participating. Nikki, my birds are in this deck. I'm going to stop accepting bird. Bird. Thank you guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, we are now reading for Dragons. Also, remember, please, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 56.3K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Is there a frog in that picture? I don't know. I lost it. It's in here somewhere now. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for dragons? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And thank you. 4 cards, please. Hold on. I'm being called to use this other deck for the next 2 for some reason. What's going on there? You working on something? You working on something new? Thank you. Yeah. Wow. What is up, drag? Oh my goodness. I mean, I think you've had a breakthrough. You know? Okay, thank you for. I mean, like, you know, but here's. This feels like a positive breakthrough, and I think the thing that's important about it is, I keep on getting. This has happened before, and you're like, not this time. I feel like you had some kind of like. I keep on hearing, I'm getting the hang of this. I don't know what this is, but I'm getting the hang of it. I like your guides. I just hear somebody going, I keep on hearing you guys are saying to me that there's something you're doing that they're like, I am getting the hang of this. I don't know what this is, but I'm getting the hang of it. But I think that that's the important, like, I kind of like, you're being called to define. You're being called to define. You know, some if you're going through a moment, if you are going through a moment, we're gonna do a commercial right now. If you are going through a moment when you are saying to yourself, I'm getting the hang of this, I have no idea what this is, let that be your spiritual note that you're being called to define. So I keep on which is like it's the recognition. I keep on seeing, like, it feels to me like you're fine, like the life-changing power of making sense of something that doesn't make sense. Yeah, like, and I feel like there's something, you know, I think that there's something important in relationality to that, because and I'd like to point out that's groundbreaking energy, right? And I feel like it's you kind of saying, like, you know, when you're able to look at something and be like, that doesn't make any sense, you know, I can see the fact that it also feels like a little bit of like you're a disruptor, but you're a disruptor in like the best way possible. Because, you know, I like to point out, if somebody's doing something and it doesn't make a lick of sense, like why? Like, you know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing, like, healthy things stand questioning. Healthy things stand questioning. Um, and I just keep on seeing, like, I feel like I think that this is good, because I also feel like there's a lot of that, um, you know, I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see you doing in helping. I keep on hearing helping others, like, understand. You know, you're quirky. It's but and I like to point this out too, because you know, I like, and I think that it's hard because I just want to tell you, like, and I can see the guides, like, you don't mess up anything. You don't mess up anything. But when someone brings logic to an illogical like situation, it's very easy for illogical energy to look at someone and say, like now you've done it, right? But that's the thing about it. Like I just keep on seeing that there's something important in relationality to that because, you know, you take unconventional approaches to things. And when you take an unconventional approach to something, I keep on seeing, you know, understand, understand that there are those who are gonna like they're gonna try to project their fear on you. They're gonna try to project on you that you know that you are you are not the source of another person's trigger. And if you trigger others but by being your authentic self, I think you understand that is someone who is deeply, deeply repressed. That is someone that is deeply, deeply someone who is unconventional and another person seeing them living the life that they wish that they had can be very can I keep on hearing you are not the source of their struggle is all I keep on getting in this message. You are not the source of their struggle, but they'll often try to articulate that they are. And that's what I see in terms of like don't get actively engaged with pushing back against another person's projections on you. Like I keep on hearing, don't if they're trying to like make you that, just continue forward with your head high. Like don't I keep on hearing if someone's throwing mud at you, don't sink to their energetic level is what I keep on seeing. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, it's painful, right? Like your guides see it. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. But, you know, like it's not about it's not about it's giving me a lot of the dream, like it's giving me a lot of the space of understanding that the struggle is real, right? But like that ability of doing so, like understanding that um you know continue to love, I keep on hearing, continue to love yourself and understand that those that love you for everything that makes you you. And if there and I don't know why I see so much energy around you right now that's trying to project on you. And that's what I keep on hearing, which is to say you can turn the other cheek, but you don't have to stick around to get slapped. You can walk away is what I keep on seeing. So, like I said, make sure that you're not getting invested in proving to someone that you're not who they believe you to be, is what I keep on hearing. Because all we do in those modalities is I keep on hearing we reinforce we reinforce what another person's when someone else says something about us that's not true, and then we start arguing with them about it, we just reinforce the fact that we're having a conversation that we shouldn't be having in the first place, is what I keep on seeing. So just continue forward to a certain extent. And I keep on hearing you can clarify, you can articulate, you can define what is important, but just don't, I keep on hearing observe and move on, like observe and move on. What you see may be painful, but I keep on hearing sometimes it's better to see something painful than not to know at all. is what I keep on getting, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dragons. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, hold on a minute, let me just read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Derry, for the follow. Hold on a minute. I've never seen you using a different deck. Amazing. It was like, that's what, like, no, but that's what they're saying. Like, it feels to me like you're triggering someone, because if someone is not, you have to remember, if someone else does not feel like they can be in their authenticity, then it hurts their gaze to see someone being their full embodiment of self. And that's what I keep on hearing, which is saying, don't let another person's misery hurt you, right? Because that's not yours to carry. Yes, thank you for confirmation. Sending you support, Erica. Brought to you by Cal. Yep. And thank you for the follow, Derry. I question a lot and call a lot out. And that's it. But here's the thing, calling things out is a good conversation, right? It's the ability of having a conversation about things. Yep, for the non-logical to be triggered. Exactly, Derry. When all you're trying to do is make their life simpler. Exactly. Yep, same thing. Let them. Beautifully said, Erica. And Meg, thank you for the follow. Having, yes, that can. Sending you support on that journey as well, Derry. Especially, absolutely, free of everything. Sending you so much support. I recently, to be free of everything that came generations before us and was passed down. Absolutely. It's the struggle's real, you know? I recently just had to embrace the idea of just letting them do what they will do. And I feel like I finally really embraced that more recently. Yes, I was getting very caught up in observations. I hope this helps. And thank you for having that reading. And you're not alone in that. You know I feel lonely, but I keep on hearing, keep moving. I keep on hearing, don't get caught up trying to convince another person of your reality. Just go find people in your reality. It's what I keep on hearing. Just go find people. Don't get caught trying to convince someone that your reality is real. Just go find your reality. Mitch, happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. I told my partner what he hates about me is the most that I accept him for everything he is ashamed of in himself. Oh, that's terrifying to someone. Sending you so much support on that journey. Mitch, I'm happy to read for you, but please don't spam the comments with your question. It's not courteous. If you like card pulled, just send the donation. I just got done with a private session with a client. Loved it. Oh, amazing, channeling. Welcome back. I hope it was well. The cancer in me wanted to go in my shell and stay there. I get it, dear. Oh, thank you, channeling. I appreciate you. Thank you. Especially when you mirror them. Excellent. Wonderful. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list, just bear with me a moment, is, I am looking right now for Hannah. But before we continue, I'm going to pull an animal spirit guide card. And we're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in. When we get to 1, I will draw the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ryan, you got it. It was the adder. Beautiful job. We're doing good today. We're doing good. Excellent. Yeah, you got it too, dear. All right. All right, where are we? And Rig, thank you for the follow. Bear with me a moment. Can you skip me over? Yeah, absolutely, Hannah. No problem. The next person, and I think Yael wanted me to read the list off. The list right now is we've got Stella. Oh, no, apologies. We got Prissy, and then we've got Stella, Harmony, and Melissa. And we've got 3 more spots today if anyone would like to secure a spot on the list today. Why am I feeling so confident? My guesses. Confidence in guesses is good, right? We've got a lot of this intuition energy right now with the a lot of this intuition energy right now. These Cancer new moons, man. It's like all right. One moment, please, guys. Lovely. Okay, perfect. Following the strategy of choosing something dragon adjacent. I like that. Dragon adjacent. Cappy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. All right. Cat was a little off, just a little bit. All right, the next person we're reading for today is, I'm looking for Prissy. No, actually, wait, pause. Hold on. No, wait, not Hannah right now. The next person on the list, sorry, is Stella. Stella is the next person on the list. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. The intuition energy hasn't reached me yet. Just be patient. To get on the list, Gary, all you do is send the donation via the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. All right, perfect. There we go. Stella. Okay, I got you, dear. Okay. All right. And can I get 3 cards, please? Highest priority messages for Stella. Why can't they let go of the connection? Because you guys got different manifestation goals. You got different manifestation goals. You know? I mean, look at this. They don't like, they don't want the same thing as you. You know? But like, I gotta stress this. Like, and I keep on hearing, like, you know, I think that the difficulty that I'm seeing in relationality to something, I feel like I keep on hearing, like, I keep on seeing the word friendship, like, underlined in red with like a massive question mark on it, is why I see that there's something here that feels like it's hard to let go of. I just keep on seeing, like, I keep on seeing the word friendship that has like a big like a big red mark under it with like a bunch of question marks around it. Like, this is what I'm identifying. It feels like there's something really confusing. It feels like there's some really, really messed up blurred lines between you and this person. You know? Like, there's something here. Like, this is like, what, like, I keep on hearing what is actually between you and them. Like, that's what's toxic about it. you know, because I see someone that is not available for the manifestation goal that you have in mind. Like I just see someone who's not available for it, but they want access to you like they were. Like it's giving me a little bit of access denied. Um, I keep on hearing you don't just get to have a relationship in spirit, which is to say you don't get to like blur the line intimacy as it relates to conversation and then not move towards the fruition of a manifestation goal. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like I see something where there's something that's happening between you that's very obviously like like something that feels, like I said, like it feels way beyond friendship. It feels like it's in some kind of weird space. But and that's why I feel like the important thing to recognize is, identifying and making sure that there are clear lines being drawn in observation of like what you both mean to one another, or even in the space of them like sharing things with you, is what I keep on hearing. Like you should not be someone's secret keeper, is what I keep on hearing. Like there should not be a situation where someone says like I don't feel connected to my reality, but with you, like with you, like like I said, like don't let somebody like make sure somebody's not like filling your head with like some kind of like energetic fantasy as it relates to like I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that is grounded in reality. The healthy relationship is one that is grounded in reality. We don't use friendships to escape reality, is what I keep on hearing. We don't use friendship to escape reality. And it does feel like there's something about this connection where like another person is like it almost feels like they're like like they're having this like incredibly deep emotional connection with you in some way. But that's what I meant in terms of the space of making sure that there's something about that there's a mutual agreement in relationality to what you both mean to each other. And I keep on hearing it's something, a healthy relationship is also one that you can say from your chest, which is one that you're willing to articulate and share with others. It's like I keep on hearing like the ability to talk through something in such a way that like it's something that can arrive in the tangible space. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's really something important here about that, because it just keeps on saying to me that like this is why it's hard to break away from that connection, because on one hand I don't see someone who wants anything to change between you and them, right? I almost see somebody that's like got you in some weird space and they want to explore it deeper. But I see you being like, I'm not comfortable with this. So I want you to just, I keep on hearing like your manifestation right now is a healthy friendship, a healthy relationship in any context honors the boundaries that we set. They honor the boundaries we set, which is to say we don't say something hoping, and we also simultaneously, we don't we don't set a boundary and then desire another person to cross it. So make sure that you're being clear about the boundaries. Like make sure you're not articulating boundaries like ultimatums. Be like, look, this is what I've defined as healthy and nourishing for me versus what's not. Versus, the energy, like the energetic connection here of another who's potentially not honoring the boundaries that you set. That almost like, again, you set a boundary and they just kind of blow past it like nothing happened. Like make sure someone's not ignoring what you said, because in the moment that we state a boundary, and another person blows past it, what they're really saying is, I don't honor you. I don't take your words at value. that their desire to have access to you supersedes your own comfortability. So make sure, make sure that this is not a space. Like, make sure that you're saying to another person, like, let me be clear, I'm not articulating this boundary to challenge you to cross it. I'm articulating this boundary and you will respect it, right? Because everything I keep on seeing here, it feels like someone that's invested in wanting to keep some kind of energetic connection to you, but one that doesn't feel like it's serving anything beyond a captivation, which is just the energy that doesn't feel like it's necessarily going anywhere, right? But fulfills another person's desire in the process. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Chariot energy. Healthy relationship has direction. Healthy relationship has direction. Friendship, right? Friendship is the difference. I need to point this out. The difference between a romantic relationship and a friendship is entirely based upon direction, right? A friendship is just something that we hold together, right? It's the space by which we identify the comfortability of what we share for one another. We don't make demands on friendship for that reason, right? The reason we don't make demands on friendship is because there isn't a manifestation goal in a friendship, right? There's no manifestation goal in a friendship. It's just it's the architecture of supporting one another. It's the architecture of identifying what we energetically need, right? And that's why, friendships, like it doesn't have, you don't need to have a direction in a friendship, right? But like similarly, right, in that same vibration, we recognize and identify that healthy, that romantic relationship should always have a direction. There's always a manifestation goal, right? There's always there's always something there. So make sure someone's not crossing the wires of trying to say that they have a friendship with you, but then they're making demands on the friendship. Because the moment that someone says we have a friendship, but they're making demands on it, it's now entered a romantic relationship, because we don't make demands in the context of friendship. Because friendship doesn't have manifestation goals. So we don't demand things because they're not supposed to go anywhere. That's why it's like that energy that says you're not showing up as my friend, being like, this isn't a romantic relationship. We're not obligated to energetically show up to one another. Like, you can't, and this is what can create the blurred lines, is someone being like, this is a friendship, but you better talk to me every day, or this is not a friendship. Like, that's a friendship that's like getting weird, because it's entering the modality of a romantic relationship, right? We don't make demands on friendships. So make sure that someone is not trying to cross the wires and saying we're friends, but you're not friending right. You're not friending the way I want you to friend, right? Like that is not a friendship in that context. That is someone who's like trying to make it seem that you're in some kind of like invested romantic relationship, because that is the energy of like the obligation that we hold to one another. That is not it's not the space of being conditional in that way. I keep on hearing a healthy relationship, a friendship, does not have it doesn't have we don't demand in friendship. We don't demand, we appreciate, we don't demand, is everything I keep on hearing. So make sure that someone's not trying to cross those wires and create confusion in you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages are here to, and there shouldn't, listen, it's not that there should be demands in there shouldn't be demands in healthy relationship either, but it's the understanding that we we have obligations in a romantic relationship. So there is a space that we understand that is the obligation that we set one another upon. But that's the architecture. Like I said, a relationship, there are things you do because you're trying to go somewhere that you you do something to power the ship, if you will. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about that. Make sure someone is not making friendships don't have demands. Friendships should not have demands. Thank you so much again. All right. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Hi there. Welcome, official. One moment, dear. And all you do, Dari, to get on the list is send a donation, you'll be added to the list. He said, I am dumb for exposing my abuser. People will think, I mean, I don't think you should be talking to anyone who speaks to you in that manner. I mean, I'm just going to straight up say, I mean, again, that is not, I mean, I'm just catching up now because I don't read the comments when I'm reading, but I mean, full stop, like end conversation, sending you so much support, dear. Sending you so much support. You should not have anyone speaking to you in that manner. No, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I mean, I would strongly, I mean, even beyond the space of me doing the reading, I would strongly say that you should not be speaking to anyone that talks to you in that fashion. That is not okay. You deserve to be in relationships where you are honored, appreciated, and celebrated. And I will point out that even if someone does not believe you should do something in the context of that, that is no way to ever speak to someone in relationality to that. I feel like that is someone navigating their projection on you. And sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And I hope this reading helped. And thank you. Yes, the list is open, Lisa, and I've got you on the list. All right, dear. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're going to continue the next person on, and we've got 2 spots left for today. If anyone else would like to secure a spot on the list. The next person we're going to be reading for today, I believe Hannah, I don't know if you're available yet. If Hannah's not available, the next person on the list for today is Harmony. Harmony, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over. We're going to do another intuition check in the process. All right, I am going to, hi there. I'm going to pull a card here. Oh, I've got it. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your questions in the comments on what you believe the card is. And when we get to 0, I will show you what the card is. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We had the swan. Where was everybody who said they had the swan before? Everybody was doing swan before. Where were you guys? All right, let's continue. Next person on the list for today, we're reading for Harmony. Just a reminder, guys, we're at 58.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. I knew it had feathers, but I thought I was wrong based on trauma from past guesses. Oh, so we're sending you support channeling. Excellent. All right. Trauma from past guesses. All right. I got you, Harmony. I'm looking for info regarding my current work dynamic. I got you, dear. All right. 2 and 1 more, please. Yep. Oh, we got 4 coming out. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. You know, I feel like it's interesting because I see you going through some kind of transition right now. as it relates to work. And I'm identifying, like, it feels to me like there's some kind of, it does feel like there's some kind of new opportunity on the horizon, you know? Like this feels like, I'm not sure if this has already happened or if you're in the works of talking to someone about it, but this is like giving like a lot of like big opportunity energy. And it almost feels like some kind of investment, you know? It feels to me like like I keep on hearing, like, I feel like it's somebody who wants to see you doing something in a bigger way. You know, like there's a little bit of this like energetic expansion point that I'm observing here. Um, the interesting thing I'm noticing is, it's funny because I keep on hearing the word consistent. Like the one challenge about it, it feels like it's having to do with the frequency or the consistency by which you're doing something is all I keep on seeing. Um, because I don't know why, it feels like it's some kind of advance. It feels like it's giving me some kind of energy of someone giving you an advance of some kind. And I feel like the important thing about it is making sure that you are very consistent in relationality to charting your own progress, which is to say, like, you have to identify the fact that you need to, I keep on hearing, like, you're going to need to get organized on something. You're like, you gotta, like, and I feel like, again, it almost feels like there's something too about like proposing to others what it is that you're trying to do. Um, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, let's take this, like, I keep on hearing, like, taking something on the road. I don't know if locationality has something to do with this too, because I do feel like it's like, I just keep on seeing these situations where you're trying to tell someone, like, you're trying to tell someone what your vision is. You're trying to like walk them through what your energetic ideal is. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're charting your vision, which is to say, it's not enough to just have a vision, but you need to like articulate about how that vision changes over time. Make sure that you're being consistent right now. Consistency is key. Make sure that you're working in a consistent fashion, and make sure, I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're charting your own progress, which is interesting because there's something right now about you being able to chart your own progress that is going to help another person in relationality to, I keep on seeing like some kind of collaboration that's coming together, something that you're being able to like articulate upon, something that you're able to share with another person. You know, I keep on hearing, make sure that you are able to, make sure that you're able to define what it is that you're setting out to do at this time, because something about what your own ability of being able to articulate to another what you're doing, what you're planning on doing, is going to have a big impact. But that's what I meant. And I also hear like you have to carve out the time to do something, you know, like if there's something that you want to do different right now in career, you have to do it now for yourself. Like, it's really giving me a lot of that, like, start doing it and the opportunity will come, because it's you, I keep on seeing it's you doing something in a way that you're already like, you're already doing it. It's just, I keep on hearing, it's like getting paid to do it is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like you do it first and then you get paid for it is all I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Four of Pentacles in its reversal. No distractions. No distractions. I keep on seeing, like, it feels to me like the thing about this is, um, it's interesting because I see some kind of new opportunity coming to you, like almost at the same time as another, like offering you more of the same. Like it says to me, like I keep on hearing, like don't settle right now for anything that feels like, I keep on hearing, don't settle right now for anything that feels half baked or conditional, is what I keep on hearing. Like don't settle for someone trying to like lower your expectations. Um, it almost like, I don't know why, but it feels like there's some kind of energy around you that is trying to make you feel like something you have is worth less than it is. So, pay attention to the difference between energy that says like you should be lucky that I'm offering you anything, right? Like someone who tries to diminish something even as they're asking for it, versus someone that says, like, someone that sees your aspiration, and I keep on hearing, versus someone who like sees your aspiration and increases it, right? Like someone being like, well, not the energy that says you're thinking to like be like, not like you're not thinking big enough, is what I keep on seeing. Like someone being like, what if, like, like helping you get an even bigger shape for something, rather than someone saying like, like I just keep on seeing like someone just like somebody trying to like say what you're doing is like cute or not important, is what I keep on seeing. Like like the energy for you is going to sweat over the details as much as you do. Be wary of someone that's like saying to you like, oh, don't worry about something, is what I keep on hearing. Like look for the energy that sweats over the details as much as you sweat over the details. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I can't tell if it's happening where I am or if I should be moving on for it. Well, I keep on seeing if it's not happening, like I keep on hearing you can have those conversations. Like I keep on seeing, like, make sure that you're telling others what it is that you want. Like I keep on hearing, don't wait, no waiting, like just go for it kind of energy is what I'm seeing. Hi, Rosemary. If you'd like to get on the list, all you do is send the donation, you get added to the list. I feel the expansion. My summer position and winter positions are in different fields. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Because I keep on seeing a situation where like I kept on hearing like let's like almost like let's make this all year round, like something that you're going to be able to do all the time is what I'm seeing, right? Like that's the thing that I kept on picking up on, which is like some kind of like there's something there that like I feel like it's going to kind of require a decision point, nail on the head. Thank you. Yes, every time I grow here, people get scared and the work environment gets hostile. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I hope that helps. But that's what I meant. Like, don't take it personally, is what I keep on seeing. Like whatever that is, like don't navigate another person's projections. Just like I keep on hearing it's like it's not about like I feel like it's not a competition, but you'd be surprised at energy that always tries to make it seem like everything is what I keep on hearing. Thank you as well, Raymond, for receiving this message as well. Hi there, Joelle. How are you doing today, dear? All right. All right, we're continuing right now. The next person, I'm still looking for Hannah. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be we've got 2 spots left for today. The next person on the list for today is Prissy. Prissy, if you're here, can you tell me if you'd like a general reading? Oh, yeah, no problem, Hannah. Take your time, dear. Joelle, if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation and you'll be added to the list. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed, and you're happy to take one of those spots. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. We're also at 59K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. And just Deb, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Okay, just bear with me a moment. So I'm looking for Prissy. And while I wait for Prissy to put their question in the comments, I am going to draw another animal spirit guide card for anyone who would like to secure one of those 2 remaining readings. We do angelic guidance here, highest party messages from spirit. We do mediumship. We do life path. We do past life. We do dream interpretation. We do pet readings. You can find the full list over on the place where we keep the links. You can find them all there. All right. We're going to do another animal spirit guide card. I'm going to pull a card now, count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The boar. Thank you guys for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. All right. We're doing a general for Prissy. I got you, dear. 3 cards for Prissy, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Don't worry about it. You know? Like, this is giving me, like, just stay in your lane on something. You know? And I feel like there's a lot of energy around you trying to give you some kind of advice on how to do something. You know? Like, it's giving me, like, it's giving me, like, a lot of, like, it gave me like a lot of like I'm seeing somebody like trying to like criticize how you're doing something, or no information from the peanut gallery is what I'm getting. Just focus on what you're doing. You know, like it's giving me a lot of like unsolicited opinions. It's giving me like some kind of energy as it relates to like and I gotta stress this. When someone says to you, I'm just telling you like what no one else will tell you, it usually means it's just them. Typically that's just them, is what I keep on hearing. Because like this is like everything I keep on seeing here. It's just like I feel like there's some kind of energy around you just says like, leave me in peace to do my work. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see you like trying to like work on something and focusing on it. And and that's what I mean about like anybody around you, like having some kind of space of hearsay. Like, I just don't let yourself get distracted. And I gotta point this out. I keep on hearing the same message. There's no shortcut to hard work, is all I keep on hearing. There's no shortcut to hard work, which is to say, like, I see you working really diligently on something. I see you like putting it into practice every day. I see you like chugging away at something. And either I see energy around you that feels like there's some kind of stability that's like miraculously appeared around you, and being like, there's no luck about it. It's hard work. It's like hard work. Like there's like we never are we more offended than when we work on something hard, like diligently, and then someone looks at us and goes like, "Oh, you're so lucky." Like it's like like someone saying that we're lucky almost feels like it's an insult, because it's like luck had nothing to do with it. Work had to do with it. You know what I mean? Like it's not about, like, I see you having to say to someone, it's not like the stars align in some kind of miraculous way, and it's like that point. Like I see you kind of working on something and saying like the solution is work. Like the solution is work. How do you get there? Work. What if it doesn't go well? Work. Right? Like the solution is always to work through it. And that's what I mean, like as it relates to like others kind of trying to articulate or identify that, because I also see like like I see a lot of these like, like it's interesting too, because I see some kind of energy like turning their nose up on something that you're doing, right? Like the same energy, like it's weird, like I got some kind of energy around you that like in the same breath that you're working on something, like energy that's it's like it's giving me like picky energy, like energy that like turns like an aversion to doing something in a different way. And I see you just being like, work is work, like wherever you can find it, like that is work. So that's what I meant in terms of don't let another person convince you that you working on something you care about is going about it in the wrong fashion, because I just keep on seeing that there's something you're doing right now. All the pieces are there. It just requires a little bit more refinement. And I keep on seeing, like, I see you like fine tuning or getting better at something. And so I feel like there's even that space. Like don't like I feel like I don't know why I'm getting the sense of you like about to like move away from something and like start from scratch. Don't start from scratch on something you put work on into. Give it fresh eyes. Let someone else see it, or step away from it for a minute. Because I feel like the thing about it is I see you on the cusp of completing something. But like often I keep on hearing the feeling we get on the cusp of completion is feeling absolutely sick of something. Right? Because it's like it's the energy of being like, I don't even want to look at this for another second. But that's usually like that's like I keep hearing like that's the ding we get that it's ready. It just needs a little bit more refinement. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, you see, like a lot of that, like I keep on hearing like the last part is always the hardest part. So working through something patiently, right? Not letting yourself get frustrated. Because I almost see a situation where like you've been doing all the things about it you love, and now you're at the place that you don't like it. So it's like this is like the hard part. So if you're having that, like I want you to set apart like a hard part day, like hard part first, like doing the thing that you don't like doing because it doesn't captivate you is what's going to get it over the finish line, right? So make sure that you're I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're scheduling that time, because if it's something that you don't like, you're never going to do it. You have to like make yourself, you have to make yourself do it. You have to like put it in the calendar. You have to like focus. You have to be like, this is the day I'm going to take care of that thing I don't like doing, because I keep on seeing that something about you working in that context is just going to be like, that's the vibration of a breakthrough that you're going to have. And you're really, and I keep on hearing, I feel like you're sick of something, but they're saying to me, you're not sick of it. You're just, it's really close to being done. So don't get frustrated, like on the final lap of completing something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. And you can book a reading on pregnancy and medical, and you can book a full reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Hi there, Dari. Why did I think it was a sign? Because a friend of mine always texts me as I'm getting over crying. I'm not sure, dear. I'm happy to read for you on that. It's as if he knows. Oh, that's wild. I mean, potentially you guys are very intuitively connected. And Deb, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you so much for the follow, loser. Hi there, Iris. We finished the collective. We're doing personals right now, dear. Happy to read for you on that, miss. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Oh, that's why you picked the woodpecker. That makes sense. All right. And thank you so much, Prissy, for having that reading. The next person, and I keep on getting the message, just don't, whatever you're doing right now, don't get up on, like, don't give up on it. Just keep on working on refining it. And I keep on hearing too, like, give it some fresh eyes, get some outside opinion, but also like, but I keep on saying, but it's interesting too, because I'm saying, but don't take, like, it's weird too, because the message I'm getting is like, to get an outside opinion, but don't let the opinion shape you too much, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's giving you, like, I keep on hearing, it's going to show you, like, there's something about doing something that's going to show you you're much closer to finishing something than you think, is all I keep on hearing. All right. Next person on the list right now is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while I wait for Melissa's question to come through, we're going to do another intuition check. All right, I've got a card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments in relationality to what animal we have on the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Just Deb was closest with the hawk. I mean, it was the hawk. Thank you guys for participating. I gotta say, there's a lot of birds in the deck. So saying bird, Thank you guys. We'll do that again when we get to, we'll do that again after the next reading. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for, and we've got 2 more spots available today. All right. East channeling. Oh, cool. We got a dream interpretation, and it's outside tea. I love it. Excellent. And Raven, thank you for liking the live. All right, let me just bear with me a moment. Let me just pull that dream interpretation up. All right. We got some outside tea here, I believe, right? Meg, to get on the list, all you do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 for non-subscribers. We've got 2 spots left if anyone would like to secure a spot for today. All right. All right. One moment. Outside tea. Excellent. All right. We've got a dream. Strap in. Dream interpretation. I keep having dreams about finding an apartment for myself in California, something small and cheap that allows me to come back and forth whenever I need to. But in my mind, dreams, I'm finding it hard because of the cost associated with it. I've dreamed of moving to California over the span of 3 days. Can I please get, one moment, 4 cards for Melody. I mean, you know, and I want to say, like, here's the thing about it. I feel like sometimes a cigar is just a cigar in relationality to the dream space. I feel like this is a calling, you know? Like the same dream in the span of 3 days is identifying to you. Like, I feel like it's a guide trying to show you and saying, it's not as impossible as you think. You know, like it feels like there's almost a conversation there that's happening in the space of the dream. This is a continuation of the manifestation goal you've been putting off. Because I feel like on one hand, the guide's saying, like, I think it's like, it's not if, it's just when, right? It's like, it's something that's definitely going to happen. But I almost feel like there's something I'm seeing in the context of the dream of like a guide saying, like, what's the hurdle? What's the blockage? Is it something that can be resolved? You know, it's like, it's saying to me, like, it's a question of saying, like, what is it going to take to get there? It's what I keep on hearing. Like, and I feel like it's interesting because the guide, I feel like something about the context of the dream is, and I feel like, you know, I think that that's interesting because you said, I just want to point out, you know, something small and cheap that allows me to come back and forth whenever I need to. And so it's interesting because I feel like this is a continuation. This is your manifestation in action, right? We talk a lot about the fact that a healthy a healthy manifestation is one that changes us as we move towards it. And so I see the guides like utilizing the space of the dream to say, like, hey, listen, like, no holds barred here. You're not limited by possibility in the dream space. Show us what you got. Like, show us what you got. What is that? What does it look like? Like let's walk through it, right? And I think it's interesting because the dream space is opening the possibility and helping you with the manifestation because they're helping you have the feeling, right? Have the feeling that you need to embody in order to make that a reality, which is, what is the feeling you need to embody? You need to clear the hurdle. You need to clear that hurdle because you keep saying it's too expensive. They're saying it's not too expensive because if you're in the dream space and you're finding the ideal apartment and there's a number on that apartment that you're excited to see, they're saying that's the number. That's the number where impossible becomes reality. So actually, like, they're saying to me that this is a guide that's helping to collaborate with you in terms of making a manifestation possible by showing you, like, it's like the negotiation of the guide that's giving you the guide point in the dream of being like, What do you dream about here? Did you have an oh goody moment in the dream? Take it back with you, right? Take it back with you. Take it back with you, right? Because if you find it in the dream space, right? This is how the man of the guides work. If you can dream it, it's possible. It's attainable. Everything is possible and attainable. It just matters the conditions by which you arrive to it. So if you're going through the dream and you're saying, in my dream, I found the perfect apartment, ... right? Right. The guide is like, I can't make this any easier. They're like, write down, write down what that number was. Write down the size, write down the dimensions, right? Because that is the architecture by which you said, this is a manifestation. I would love to, but I can't. And the dream, it keeps on saying to you, you can, and these are the conditions you need to find in order for it to facilitate becoming an energetic possibility, right? Everything is possible. You just need, everything is achievable when you define what is possible. So that was the message of the dream, which says, you got to stop saying, I would love to, but I can't, and move into, I'm looking for a man in, I'm looking for an apartment in California. This size, this price. I'm looking for an apartment in California. This size, this price. Because the minute you shift out of saying, I would love to, but I can't, and you move into, I'm looking for an apartment in California, 300 by 200, this per month, you are no longer, it's no longer a wish, it becomes a manifestation. So the energy of the dream coming back is like you, like moving into the space of like, this is you apartment hunting, because the guides are showing you, they're saying, no, it's possible. This is what you need to find. Like, this is it. Here it is. Here's the blueprint of what you're looking for. So I feel like this is helping you in relationality, because the guides don't like the way you're talking about it, especially if you're saying, I would love to, but I can't. The guides are saying you already are, right? Like, the guides are saying you already are. It's already happening. We're helping you with it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's not if, it's just when, right? The limitation is the self. It's moving out of the energy, moving out of the person that says, moving out of the person that says, I wish I could, but I can't, into I'm looking for this, right? Like, the energy saying, I'm actively looking, and this is the condition. This is what I'm looking for, right? So the dream itself is helping you transition into the feeling out of it's impossible into the possibility by saying, here it is. Look, you had it in your dream. This is what you need to find. Write down that number, right? Write down, how much was it in the dream? That's exact. The one that in the dream, if you were like, yes, they're like, that's the number by which your dream becomes a reality. That is the attainability milestone. So continue, like, I keep on seeing, like, let that help you. Like, the guides are giving that to you to help you refine the manifestation goal to become a possibility instead of an impossibility. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melissa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got one more spot on the list for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through. As it was reading, Meg, to get on the list, all you do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. I was trying to pinpoint the accent. Yep, you got it. Thank you for the help, Per. Yes, manifesting your dreams, exactly. I'm in California. I promise it's absolutely possible. You'll find the needle in the haystack. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. That 1,000 monthly cost. There you go. There it is. Like, the guides are like, there's the number. It's totally possible. You just need to find it at that number point. I'm in Cali too, and honestly, it's so worth it, even if it's not cheap. Great weather 24/7. Ugh. We got the California lobbyists in here trying to drag us off. I love it too. I mean, that's a heck. Your guides are like this is a guide that's like, don't give up on your dream. Don't give up on yourself so quick. I feel like a guide being like, I'm not going to let you give up on this one. That is really cool. I agree. It keeps sending me back to my old apartment when I stayed there as well. I wasn't sure if I needed closure with that situation. Maybe, listen, if that was something that was attainable, maybe that's a call to say, calling him and saying, if you have something similar to that, is it still available? You know, impossible becomes possible. Oh, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that movie, Chrissy. Hi, Dana. Welcome back. On the list, Lisa. I got you. I got you after Hannah, dear. You're after Hannah. So you're next after Hannah. Hi there, Kyra. Hannah, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? If anyone else would like to be on the list, we've got one more spot today. And while we wait for Hannah's question, we're going to post, we're going to do another, just a reminder to anyone joining us, 3 cards for $29, or the gift of a baby dragon will get you on the list, or 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Perfect. All right, there we go. I don't know what this movie is, Chrissy. 2 interviews, Grace, go for it. Knocking it out of the park. You're so welcome, Melly. Sending you support on that journey. All right, we're going to do Hannah's reading, but first we're going to do another intuition check. I've got an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We had the hair. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, we're reading now for Hannah. Feedback on last weekend. Gotcha, dear. 4 cards. This is interesting. You know, it's interesting because, like, the thing that's kind of wild about it is I don't see a situation that you necessarily, thank you, Nikki, I got you on the list. You were, like, I see a situation that, like, I've got to, like, I don't see anything, you were great. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about it. Like, I just see something here that feels, it feels expansive, but I'm not sure why I'm reading this. I feel like there's something, in relationality to someone else's insecurities being brought up around you is what I'm identifying. You know, like that's the thing, like like that's the thing I keep on seeing that is like a little bit strange in what I'm reading for. Like I don't see anything wherein like everything was great, but I feel like there's something about someone else's insecurities, like like coming coming to the surface is what I keep on seeing. And I just keep on seeing, like for you, like I see like a lot of like I see a lot of this openness is what I'm identifying. Like I see you just being in like some kind of vibration of like wanting to wanting to fix something, wanting to articulate upon something. But like the difficulty point is, and this is what I mean, like I don't know why I keep on hearing like it kicked up somebody and like it kicked up an insecurity of like a hornet's nest of another person's insecurities is all I keep on identifying. You know what I mean? Like there's like like this is the thing about it. um like I don't know why I keep on hearing like, and it's interesting we drew it's interesting that we drew um it's interesting that we drew the animal spirit guide card of the hare prior to starting the reading, because I feel like it's relevant in some way. Like I sense somebody around you who's like energetically skittish, if that makes sense. And you know, like here's the thing I don't like about energetically skittish energy, which is like energetically skittish energy often feels like everything is a sign. It's a sign. You know what I mean? Like it's, you know what I mean? Like it's like, and like and it's like I feel like that's the kind of thing that like we have to be like very conscientious with in like the context of like healthy spirituality, which is like I keep on hearing not everything is a sign. Like I keep on hearing like not everything is a sign. Like sometimes things just I keep on hearing like sometimes things just happen is what I keep on hearing, you know? And I keep on seeing like the beauty of that is, and I keep on hearing your beauty is such that like, and this is what I mean in relationality to like skittish energy, because like skittish energy, like you run like this is why we don't like you know we move through things and we observe. We pay, I keep on hearing, we pay attention to signs, we're not led by them. Because the energy that allows for the context by which we're able to move through something, like allows the ability of like, I keep on hearing the depth, like the deepening of a connection, right? Like that ability of moving into something in such a way that it's the amplification of like something healing. And I keep on hearing you like handled something, like the guides are like, you handled something elegantly, right? Like you worked through something in such a way that like, and I keep pointing, I need to point this out. Like the reason we love and the reason we appreciate one another is like the ability to like stay energetically stable through something, right? Like it's the ability of like just working to like working into the context of trying to make something better is very different from energy that like looks around and is constantly skittish and wary of things. It almost becomes reactive because they're like letting the situation act as a tuning fork instead of understanding that we can always change, we can always move something in accordance to something becoming better. And so I feel like that's like the major takeaway, which is I keep on hearing you took a bad situation and made it better, right? You took something that felt like it wasn't ideal and you brought that force of energy into it. which is why I keep on seeing that it's a lot of the energy. Like, I feel like there's something here that feels like it's restorative, but it may have also triggered another person as it relates to their own, like I keep on hearing, as it relates to their own anxiety or their own fear, in terms of like, you know, like the ability to like match you in that vibration. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Four of Cups, you've given me a lot to think about, is all I keep on hearing. You know? Like I see someone who, like I see someone who sees you, and like, how do I describe, like, I don't, did you get in an argument with someone? Was someone like coming towards you in a way that just like wasn't right? Because I just keep on seeing like you took a bad situation and you made it better, right? Like I see somebody who like saw you navigate something and they never would have taken that approach to it. They would never would have addressed something there. And that's why I keep on hearing somebody saying, you've given me a lot to think about, because something about your own ability of like, I keep on hearing like being vulnerable. I keep on hearing vulnerability is one that you're strong in your vulnerability, right? Like I feel like somebody saw you very vulnerable, but being strong in that vulnerability point, which is the ability to kind of like stand in the presence of yourself, right? And kind of like, but at the same time, like I keep on seeing being available, but not being too available is what I keep on seeing. Like having to walk some kind of like line between like being helpful, but not over, like not overstepping is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like having to like draw some kind of line. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the next person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. One moment, dear. And Meg, thank you for subscribing. Yes, I had to drive to Denver and be around for, oh, I'm sober. Had an accident and I was so triggered all weekend and freaked out. My cousin, worst emotional state I've been in. It was rough. I feel like I didn't regulate well. I mean, but here's the thing about it. Like, it's interesting that I keep on seeing that I think that you are like, I feel like you're overly internalizing, because I see some kind of situation where like I see you like navigating through something. And I feel like I see somebody else, like it's interesting because I feel like it was triggering another person's insecurities, you know? Like I keep on seeing a situation where like I feel like some of this, I feel like some of it was like happening in here, because I keep on hearing another person like seeing you would not have even thought about that, you know? Yeah, she sees me, but I felt like horrible for taking out my stress on her. I realized I'm not over the accident. But I mean, that's the thing about it. Like, I think that, you know, the thing I keep on identifying here is like, I just keep on hearing you gave someone a different perspective. Like, it almost feels like you gave someone like a little bit of an energetic wake up call. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that I think is kind of wild about it. Like, I feel like you're looking back on something and you're regretting it, but I see another person that feels like it was a bit of a wake up call, like something that they're identifying and being like, yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, you know? And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, there you go. Like, exactly. Channeling's got it. Like, your cousin was in the wrong, but you're internalizing it as something you did, which was a trauma response. But that's what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing like your trauma response was a wake up call to them, is what I keep on seeing, right? And that's the problem with it. Sometimes we feel triggered And this is like how, like, you know, sometimes our triggers are another's wake up call. Like, you know what I mean? Like someone being like, I hadn't thought about it that way, you know? I hope this helps, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, the next person on the list for today is, I want to ask, I've got Emily, okay, Lisa, Emily, and Nikki. I want to see if any of you would be willing to be moved to tomorrow's list. If so, I'd be happy to give you additional cards because I want to make sure that I have a hard stop today, and I want to make sure that I have time to get to all of the one card readings for subscribers. Just let me know before we continue. All right, 1222 here. Emily, are you saying you can be moved till tomorrow? Thank you. Excellent. Oh, I really appreciate that, Nikki. Perfect. All right, so for those joining us, we're going to be doing Lisa's reading, and then we're going to be moving to one card readings for subscribers. Thank you, guys. All right, Lisa, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, we are at 60.9K likes. Make sure you're tapping the screen, guys. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. We are doing another we're doing another intuition check. I've got an animal spirit guide here. Go ahead and put in the comments your impressions on what animal you believe it to be. I'm going to count back from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. It was the boar again. Thank you guys so much for participating. All right, let's get to it. We'll do that after the next reading. Second call for Lisa. Second call for Lisa. All right. The day of boars and South, exactly. I know, they're coming up a lot today. All right. Okay, if Lisa is not here, we're going to start one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question into the just go ahead and put your question in the comment. And also, if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card reading, please make sure to re-up your heart needs today, so you can also have an additional animal spirit guide card. One card on dual pathwork. You got it, dear. Things take more time. When you're doing dual pathwork, things may take more time. And, you know, I keep on saying, like, make sure you're prioritizing, even in the space of the dual pathwork, is what I keep on hearing. One card, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on seeing that there's something about you being multifaceted right now, which is like, I keep on hearing like there's an opportunity available for you right now, like never before, to find that sweet spot, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the raven, right? Like there's something about the ability of being able to I feel like there's something about the dual pathwork that you can now bring towards the choices you're making, right? Like it's almost like it's giving you a different perspective as it relates to the things that you're prioritizing, especially in relationality to what you're seeking at this time. All right, one moment, please. Highest priority on love for Nikki. Highest priority on love for Nikki. Trust the process right now. I see you and your counterpart going through like a lot of transformational energy. And, you know, I'm going to get some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, especially with like, wow, Magician and Emperor, like there's a lot of that. I keep on seeing like a lot of that releasing of the audacity right now. Because you know, I keep on hearing like often the modality of entering into the experience of the embodied manifestation, it can bring up a lot of hard feelings because it helps us identify what was missing. So I feel like helping each other through that, giving each other that support, giving each other that boost of confidence. Like, remember that you're both kind of going through that same like work in terms of recognizing and releasing the trauma of the past. Animal spirit guide card, you're in manifestation mode. You know, I feel like this is a time to see this is helping you see what it feels like to go through something with someone that's like on your side, someone who's like, you know, not pulling against you but pulling with you. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're talking a lot about mutual goals. Make sure that you're having those conversations on what it is that you're working to create together. Because I just keep on seeing like this is like I keep on hearing like the hardest thing about this is for both of you like learning how to ask for things. Because I keep on seeing some kind of experience where you're like used to be punished for asking for things. Sending you so much support, dear. All right, Chrissy, one card regarding connection. um I see somebody like I see somebody in the modality of feeling like it feels like somebody who's relieved is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels like some kind of energy of someone who's like feeling some sort of relief as it relates to like the energy of like the burden of communication being like freed from it in some way. Yeah, like it's the identification point. Like I see somebody who um like I keep on hearing like I just keep on seeing someone who's like breathing some kind of sigh of relief, knowing that you're still energetically available to them is what I keep on seeing. Like something, the identification of something that hasn't changed. Animal spirit guide for Chrissy. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon. Um, you know, I keep on identifying that there's I feel like I see somebody like struggling to figure out what to do next is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I also like I almost feel like I don't know why, but it almost feels like like someone um like I don't know if there's anger between you and them, but trying to understand like where the anger went or if the anger's still there is what I keep on seeing. One moment, please. The one card angel guided from friend. Oh, absolutely. One card for V. I mean, I think you know that they're always there. We just can't see them. You know, like they're energetically safe. Um, I keep on seeing someone. I feel like this is some kind of energy that was like holding on very like a long time because they didn't like you know like I see someone that like I feel like there's some kind of energy around this pet that was more like did not want to leave someone's side because like it feels like they were like working or serving as some kind of energetic anchor is what I'm identifying. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the two of wands. I mean, it feels to me like this energy is transitioning into a spiritual protector. This is often what happens with our pets. Like they stay they stay very close to us in some kind of way because it's the observation. Like I just keep on saying it's the observation that like especially with like an energy like this, um, like I don't see someone like very interested in crossing over. I see somebody like I see someone that's still like their goal and their concern is always making sure that another's okay is what I'm seeing. It's funny too because I often get this with pets. Pets are always like, yeah, they thought that they were taking care of me. I was sent to take care of them. So I feel like there's a lot of that expansion of worry or care as it relates to them trying to communicate the fact that they're still caring for them in some capacity. One moment, please. Thank you, V. Yes, animal. Hold on a minute. Purr. Energy check on Elisa. Yes. Did you do something? Did you change something? They feel like they're more comfortable. This feels like energy I don't know. I feel like you did something that's making them feel more comfortable. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially because I keep on seeing like they're like I think I told you this energy, like I read them like radars. Like they don't want to be on top of you. They just want assurance that you're there. So if you've done something in some way, like in that way, like I can see them. I keep on hearing them say, I know it's not you, but it still makes me feel better, is what I keep on hearing. I know it's not you, but it still makes me feel better. It's a good surrogate, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like there's something here where they're like, it's a good surrogate, is all I keep on hearing. 1 second. Animal spirit guide for Purr. Yeah, especially, I told you, like the sow energy, like it's the energy that wants to explore, but like they want the feeling of home base. They want to know that there's somewhere they can go when they're feeling a little like they want to know that the possibility of the embrace. They don't want the embrace. They want to have the security of knowing the possibility of the embrace is there, if that makes sense. Ooh, Eva, good question. One card on a personal mantra. Everything is going exactly as planned. What if everything is going exactly as it needs to? And even if it doesn't feel like it's not. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And I keep on hearing that's not to say, right? Like that's not to say that everything is perfect. I feel like it's kind of a call to action saying what's not, identify what's working. Like and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing identify what's not working. Right? I keep on hearing two different parts of the mantra. If everything is going according to plan, identify what's not working. Right? Like what does not feel right? What does not feel like it's not going according to plan? Right? Let that be the focus of your concentration as it relates to what it is that you're trying to work on, but without overly worrying about things that are outside of one's control to change. Right? So that's why I keep on hearing like there's something about that mantra meant to help you focus your energy in a way that feels productive, but without over worrying. Bottom of the deck, not bottom of the deck, sorry. One moment, please. For Ava, animal spirit guide. Yeah, the eagle, right? Because I just keep on seeing it's the idea, like it's the identification of saying your job isn't to have to fix everything. Your job is to focus on what you're doing and do it perfectly, is what I keep on hearing. Like working on perfect pitch, which is the ability, I keep on hearing, when you're working on perfect pitch, you have to drown out the sound, which is the ability of saying, like, not letting yourself feel the discordancy around you, but just focusing on concentrating on what you're trying to do that makes it better. It's Grace. I felt pulled in two very east and west directions yesterday. Broke me briefly. Well, here's the thing. Like that in itself, it's not like don't let it feel like it's an energetic test. Move with intention, right? Like that's the hard part with dual path work, right? Like just identify and assess what feels best, right? You're so welcome, dear. Kelly, on love. Got it. Hold on a minute. All right. Well, we never listen. So Kelly, we never put our autonomy in the cards as it relates to it, but we can definitely do an energetic read on that connection. I mean, there's something to be said as it relates to the history between you and another person. Make sure that you're not approaching someone expecting them to be different, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, it's the I keep on hearing, it's the recognition of, like, I keep on hearing a message that we don't change very much, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, like, it feels like someone, like, it almost feels like someone coming towards you, like offering the same. So, like, I feel like the bigger question is, have you changed? You know, are you seeing something that they're offering you in a different way? Thank you, Kelly. That was a crazy one card. Yep. Yeah, I was definitely punished for asking things. Sending you support, Nikki. You're welcome. Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate your adaptability there. We all see progression. Tap to claim. You're so welcome, Chrissy. You're so welcome, V. All right. Hold on, just reading back on some. Excellent. BC, 1 second, please. One card, highest priority. Queen of Swords energy. Make sure that you're being clear as it relates to what your standards are, is what I'm identifying. Make sure you're being very energetically clear. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 8 of Wands in its reversal. Like, don't let someone try to articulate that you said something different than what you said. I keep on hearing you say, like, I couldn't be clearer, which is the identification point of understanding it's not courteous. Like, it's not courteous to, it's not courteous to energetically insist on things. It's not courteous in relationality to articulate, like, if you're holding your energetic standards and another person continues to push back against them, like, I can keep on seeing, like, you navigating some space of discernment wherein you're articulating that it's like, it's not nice to continually come to a space of asking for things, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like it's you kind of like working in the space of being adaptable to a point, but also honoring your energetic boundaries. One card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the seal. You know, I feel like there's something important as it relates to being very clear. Like, I keep on saying, like, being very clear to another, as it, like, it's interesting too, because it feels like a conversation about relationship and what you mean to another person and what they mean to you. Like, make sure that like, you and another person like, articulate upon, like, what it is, like, energetically, like, I keep on seeing, like, what it is that's energetically between you, because I see you almost like identifying and recognizing, and like, I keep on hearing appreciation is one that we celebrate an energetic connection. It's not one that we're perpetually trying to demand more from it, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you, BC. Oh, you did? You made a house for her on the bed behind the pillows. Thank you for confirming what I was reading on. Mandy, these are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a subscriber. Highest priority for Hannah, please. I've got you, dear. Yeah, especially with the Seven of Swords in its upright. I feel like there's something in relationality to working through and observing and healing from the past. Um, I keep on hearing the past is a library, it's not an armory. We look towards it for reference, not for weapons, especially with the Queen of Pentacles, right? I keep on hearing like, like the situation that hurt you is not going to heal you, right? The situation that caused that frustration is not going to be the place that you get that panacea. It's understanding and holding like a lot of, I keep on hearing like you working through something better, not bitter, like finding that ability of being energetically adaptable. I feel like this is you kind of finding stability via your ability to articulate upon your needs. But I keep on hearing like if someone is it's giving me the vibration of like if someone is trying to like help you in a way that doesn't feel helpful, you can say thank you, this is what would actually help me, you know what I mean, like it feels like a little bit of that type of energy. One moment. And one card for Hannah, please. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bull, right? It's giving me like it's giving me a little bit of the like no thank you energy as it relates to understanding that we build relationships from the context of how another person appreciates our no, which is not the space of like always having to be energetically available, but being able to like hold the healthy energetic standard that allows the context by which we're able to feel, I keep on hearing, supported. And it's interesting too, because like I'm having some kind of like message as it relates to friendship, which is like the healthy relation friendship is not one that feels like it's demanding, right? It's the work that feels like I keep on hearing like the combined work of feeling like there's something that is mutually shared, like rather than something that is conditional is what I'm seeing. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, Grace. Hi there, Tanya. Hi there, and Theo. Good to see you today. Minnie, absolutely. One card for Minnie. I've got the Ten of Pentacles here, which is saying to me that there's something about, I feel like this is you kind of like articulating upon something in a bigger way, like talking to someone else in relationality to the expansion of possibility, like talking about something in a way that like helps another see like what your energetic vision is. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially to help another through their own like lack of confidence. Like this is why we like talk about our manifestation goals, because in the ability to talk about our manifestation goals, it feels like you're kind of ripping the band-aid off of a conversation to make sure that you and another person are headed in the right direction, right? That's why I keep on always hear like better sooner than later, so that there isn't some kind of point of confusion. And one card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, like again, it's the like the conversation on the possibilities to make sure that you and another person are on the same page. Like this is a lot of like I see this is you finding your courage to do so. And thank you for subscribing, Spirit Junkie. That tracks. Thank you, Hannah. Excellent. Liz, the one cards are for subscribers if you'd like to subscribe. No, Kelly, I drew your one card, dear. It was already drawn. The one card I drew for you was, I believe, and you can go back to the place on the video to see it. It was the Fool card in its reversal, which says to me if there's a situation where you have history with someone, like recognize we don't change too much as it relates to our manifestation goals. So I think the question you have to ask yourself is, have you changed? Right? Like, because I see somebody very much in the same modality. All right. Have a great day, Per. One card, please, for Linda. I feel like you're going through an expansion moment. is like, I do feel like there's something here about you like taking on some kind of new skill, learning something new. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially as it relates to relationship. You know, like this feels like an expansive time for you, like specifically as it relates to like, you know, I keep on hearing like you having a different view on things, but also like I feel like this is you like navigating relationship issues in ways that feel productive, right? Like I keep on hearing critique instead of criticism, like finding that like energetic optimism point. So make sure I keep on hearing if you're trying to bring change into relationship, start with talking about what someone's doing right? Before you address what you would like to see that could be improved upon. Oh, thank you, Spirit Junkie. I appreciate you. Kelly, I already drew on that. I hope that clarification helped. And if you missed the reading, it's over on the place where we keep the videos. So I keep on getting the same message, like what they were asking before, like, and I have to stress this. We don't put our autonomy into the cards as it relates to the decisions that we make. So that was me being able to read for you on what I was seeing in relationality to that connection so that you can make that determination for yourself. I hope that helps you. Yeah, it's so interesting. He's Aries rising, Libra moon, and Gemini sun and Libra rising. Oh, wow, that's a wild combination. Yeah, that's like super spontaneous. You're so welcome, Kelly. And Liz, thank you for subscribing. I'm struggling with relationships at the moment, so that makes sense. I hope that helps, dear. Yes, one card for Hannah. Well, again, I'm going to stress this, Hannah. We don't put our autonomy in the cards in relationality and making decisions, but we can definitely do an energetic read on the energy there. So can I get one card, please, for Hannah? I feel like if you're waiting for something to go back the way that it was, it's not going to. Like it says to me, like it's something about recognizing and operating under the new reality. So like if there's something about that, if you're waiting for something to go back the way it used to be, they're saying like, you know, it's not. Like I keep on hearing like this is the new energetic reality of something. You know, like especially if they said something was temporary, I feel like it's not temporary. It's like it feels like it's not temporary. Is what I keep on seeing. So I hope that helps inform in terms of any decision that you're making. One card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hawk. Like it feels like I keep on seeing like the ability to like recognize and identify like what is available, or like I feel like it's almost like it does feel like there's something about you kind of outgrowing a situation or having some kind of bird's eye view on something is what I keep on seeing, like looking at something from the perspective of the bigger picture, particularly in relationality to, I keep on seeing like your own ability to like articulate or amplify, like, I don't know, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word like underrepresented or underserved somewhere. Thank you. I got you, Liz. One card, please. So it feels to me like there's something, I mean, this feels like an energetic positive card, right? This does feel like some kind of comfortability point in terms of like where you are finding some kind of security in a position. Bottom of the deck, Page of Swords. I don't know why I'm seeing this, but I feel like there is, there's something about, like I'm identifying, like there's something about, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're being very productive as it relates to something that's not working. So being able to facilitate or articulate, like I keep on hearing, like offering suggestions, not just articulating upon like what one doesn't like, but what would be better is what I keep on hearing. One moment. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Liz. Have a great day, Minnie. That's exactly what happened. Thank you, Hannah. Wow. My ex was a Gemini sun, moon, a Libra rising. It was a wild ride. Sending you support on that journey, Court. Yeah, that's the energy for sure. You're so welcome, Kathy. I mean, the death card is a good card because it's working through transition, you know? It's not necessarily a negative. Hi there, and Theo. One card if there's something I'm missing about the situation with them. I feel like I gave 100%, 10% effort and reached out. Didn't go well. I mean, do they want the same things that you want? Do their words match their action? Because it does feel like there's something different. If you're giving everything and they're not in the same space, perhaps like perhaps they weren't being completely authentic in relationality to what it was they were seeking. You know? Like I keep on hearing, do their words match their actions? Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the 10 of Pentacles in its upright. I feel like it's understanding the difference between like energy that says they want something versus like being in the space of actually embodying the manifestation, right? I keep on hearing it's like words like it's not enough to say that you want something. You have to move in accordance with the fact that you're showing the reliability point. And I feel like there is something you're identifying as it relates to another person's inconsistency. Animal spirit guide for NPO. Yeah, the cow, right? Like not just, I keep on hearing like not just someone who's always complaining that they're not finding what they're looking for, but then you're seeing the obvious reason as to why they're not finding it. It's like you're seeing you're identifying someone else's fickleness in some way, shape, or form. I hope that helps, Theo. All right, my friends, I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile and you can hit that bell to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow because sometimes this live doesn't like to push out when I'm live. So make sure that you're doing that as well. If you miss the Daily Collective, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. I want to, if you just became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be on Wednesday, July 16th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my moderators. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And huge thank you to my subscribers. I deeply appreciate you. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. And thank you for helping to support this community. I want to thank you guys. I will be back on tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.